Doing fantastic. Welcome back to the Great Ace Attorney, and apologies about the last two VODs, since, you know, we crashed during the last time we played Ace Attorney. Due to me slamming my desk, I think, was the reason. Weird, and it wasn't even hard, but that seemed to be the cause both times. So, unfortunately, as of streaming this, I haven't been able to get the VODs up on YouTube yet, because I need time to, like, actually edit them to be together and, like, everything. So, yeah, that's why it's not up on YouTube yet, because I need to basically take a shit ton of export time. And I can't really export the stream while I'm streaming. So, there you go. That'll get up sometime. I'm thinking of doing it tomorrow, since I can't stream anyways. So, there you are. Yeah, welcome back to Ace Attorney. So last time, we started the court case and tried to get through all of it, but there was just too much to do. So we're back, and we're hopefully gonna beat it this day. Hopefully. I'm gonna use hopeful words rather than we are, because I don't know. Apparently there's a lot left, but yeah, so again, apologies. We will probably be chatting about Switch 2 a bunch today. We're still in the Switch 2 hype chamber at the moment. No, not the last game. We got one more after this. This is the first Great Ace Attorney. There's two. But before we hop in, I just wanted to quickly acknowledge that you can currently get a preview of the next big Minecraft update as a separate download, and I just tried it with the vibrant visuals, and oh my god, you guys, those vibrant visuals are gorgeous. Minecraft has never looked so good. You can have it as performance mode or like quality mode. Obviously, it's not done. I'm sure they'll fix it up, any bugs or whatever, when we get the full release. But god damn, I played for like 5 minutes. That shit is beautiful. The water effects with the sun shining through. Oh, it looks so good. Oh, mamma mia. They also got a new menu system, which looks pretty good. So, I mean, there you go. Hold on. One more thing. Yeah, the Ace Attorney series almost made it to Switch 2 release. Hey, who knows how long it's going to take me to beat the next one. Basically, a whole year. Yeah, no, Switch 2, I was just checking to see if it was still in stock, and it is. So, hey, I know, like, my country is not huge on Nintendo, so there's a good chance that you may not be able to get it in America because you guys are way more, you know, hyped about this. So, good luck is all I'll have to say. I hope you guys don't run out. Yeah, it's still available. It's kind of bullshit because it says, you can get a deal because you are part of the membership, and then I don't get the deal. Like, it's fine, but... you know. Hello, Big Boss. Was there anything else to mention today? I don't know. There's a lot of stuff coming out. People are getting the hands-on experience, like Good Vibes Gaming, Nintendo Life. They're all enjoying the Switch too. And we've seen a lot more Mario Kart World gameplay. And, oh yeah, and the Treehouse, the Nintendo Treehouse. I watched a bit of that. So yeah, I was right, you know, in theorizing that our main collectible in the free roam and exploring the tracks is costumes that you primarily get by getting fast food. Apparently, you might be able to get it by completing achievements as well. So there's that. And obviously, there's like 80 characters, so good luck getting every costume, I guess. No, I think it's probably only for like the main squad. I don't think all the Mario enemies will have costumes. But what do I know? What do I know? Maybe they do have like a million characters. A million. All I know is I'm so excited for Farmer Luigi. Yep, mass mode for Metroid looks very cool, yeah. I was actually just about to watch that vid, by the way. I have it pulled up from Good Vibes Gaming. I was gonna go look at their Metroid gameplay. I don't really want to see any Donkey Kong gameplay. I'm holding off on Donkey Kong. Like, Nintendo is very much not showing anything, like, important from Metroid. But Donkey Kong, they showed the start of the game, and I was like, nope, cookout. Ain't no way. Alright, let's hop in, shall we? Let's hope for a nice, pleasant stream and no crashes. Please. Please.
Lord Van Vliet, have you successfully subpoenaed the witness? The subpoena was delivered to the communication station where the man works immediately, my lord. However, the heavy rain has delayed the arrival of his carriage, it would seem. I see.
Hey, it's raining, where I am right now, so... Real life?
Then let us turn our attention to Inspector Gregson's process of the case heard by the court this morning. The glaring omission of the third bullet in your report is a serious blunder, Inspector. Yes, well, I can only apologize, my lord. And although the defense's chemical analysis of the blood at the scene makes for a compelling argument, I cannot permit such untried methods to be used as evidence in my courtroom.
It's a big mistake to cross Hurley and me. A very big mistake. I'll fucking slit your throat, you big bitch. You big palooka.
My lord! The subpoenaed witness has just arrived in the building. Thank you, officer. Show him to the stand without delay.
Mr. Eggert Benedict, the very serious guy indeed. I didn't expect to be crossing paths with him again so soon, and certainly not like this. Nintendo opens their own pre-orders on May 8th. Yeah, get ready. Get ready! Because our Switches may still be available, but, you know, we're a rather small country, so they could have sent a shit ton of Switches, and, you know, there'll just be a lot for when it goes down in price, because that... Man, you guys are pissed about price. Holy fuck. People are pissed. I thought it was not that big a deal, because most modern games are $130, $140, $80, $90, and nobody's, like, fucking, like, sending death threats to them, you know? Silent Hill F is like $100 in America, and you guys just are fine with that? But Nintendo, God forbid, makes a AAA Mario Kart game, and then you're like, well, it's $10 extra. I'm not buying that. I get it. It's a lot of money. You know, I'm not arguing that fact, but Nintendo did not set the trend, you guys. That is the gaming spear in the hole. That is not Nintendo's fault. Sure, they could have maybe brought it back a little bit to combat that, but they're a company. And, like, they were spamming Nintendo Treehouse, by the way, at Nintendo of America, you know, the people who do not control the price, and also just the guys who are just showing off the game, like the interns. Like, guys, are you stupid? That is not where you should be putting that. Like, the poor interns trying to show you the beautiful Mario Kart world, and you are just spamming drop the price. Like, I understand you're upset. But for God's sakes, Nintendo's not the only one doing it. Like, 100%, games should be cheaper. I agree wholeheartedly. Indie games have it set, their prices are based on their game and how much their developers want to sell it for, but companies have to, you know, abide by, like, it's like when your rent goes up. Does it have to go up? No. It went up because the rest of the houses in your, like, area went up. They're the only real video game company. Oh yeah, fucking God forbid Ubisoft prints, like, a quadruple A game for $300. Oh, that's fine. Nobody likes it, Ubisoft. So, you know, we don't have to hound them. Like, it's just kind of pissing me off a little bit, because, like, I completely understand where they're coming from, and I don't want to pay $130 for any game as much as you guys do. Like, but that's not gonna change anything. You're just ruining the experience for everybody who wants to, like, see the game. You're just, like, making the experience of this, like, fun little treehouse, nothing. You're just, like, you're sucking all the life out of it. Sorry. I digress. But, yeah. Anyway. Copium? Mario Kart will be the only $80 game? No, that's not Copium at all. I can actually attest to that. I have all the prices, remember? You just have to convert it. Mario Kart, I think, is the only $130 game so far. Everything else is $99, which is about 80, 70. Yeah, that's true. That's true. They stuck to 60 for a very long time. Like, they stuck to 60 basically throughout the PS4 life period. They only started going up higher through PS5. So you guys have been, you know, we've been pretty lucky to have cheap games up till now. And keep them, they're not cheap. $60 is nothing to scoff at. You need it for food and rent. I completely understand. But you're singing to the choir, or whatever that phrase is, you know? Like, Ace Attorney is fucking $90. Thanks, Capcom. Oh, decades-old games, fucking remastered slightly. Oh, 90. Oh, but no, don't blame Capcom for that. It's Ace Attorney. It's great. Skyward Sword for 80, however. Now we will kill you. It's very much double standards here. I saw a Moist Chronicles video as well. I think that might be a big purveyor of it. And, like, yeah, I get it. I didn't watch it, so I'm sure he went over the intricacies of the, you know, gaming landscape, and it's not, you know, just Nintendo doing it. And then it's like it's a problem with the entire sphere. And, like, Nintendo's finally joining, like, PS4 grade games with 4K graphics. So they felt that, you know, it was time to up the price like everyone else. And then they, you know, they get lambasted for it. I mean, they could have just not done it. You know what's funny, though? Sorry, one last note, and then I'll get back into voice acting. One last note. Even though everybody is complaining about Mario Kart World, the moment that releases, it is going to sell 40 million copies worldwide. Like, almost overnight, it's going to sell like 40 mil. And it's going to be insane. Like, everybody who was complaining still buys it. Because it's Mario Kart. I mean, what are you going to do? Not buy Mario Kart? And it's looking like the best Mario Kart ever damn made, so... Can't be me. I'm gonna get the Mega Mushroom, and then I'm gonna eat a parfait and become a Mario stripper mode. You know, I ain't missing out on that. Yeah. I did see in GVG, they predicted that Nintendo may have upped the price a little bit so that you were kind of like coerced into getting the bundle. That's so devious. I kind of love it. It's just like, yeah, we'll just up it a tiny bit so that people buy the fucking bundle, because we have too many Mario Kart 8 bundles just not sold. So, you know what? 130 for Mario Kart, and then you can, you know, you can get the bundle for, like, you know, Mario Kart's like 60 bucks. It's quite humorous. I like it. I like it a lot. But again, I didn't get that because I want the physical version. I want to see the Nintendo game case in person day one. Like, I need to, like, see it. I'm very on the fence of how they look at the moment. And I'm thinking maybe it's because it's new. I want to hold it. I want to, like, you know, push and pull, like, towards and away from me, like, you know, hold it at a 90-degree angle, 45-degree angle. Come on, I make a come tribute to Mario. Just like, does it look good with the whites? And I gotta start my Switch 2 collection off. Oh, I'm sorry. See, I already told you. Poor Ace Attorney fans. I'm sorry. Dislike the video. Do it. Right now. Dislike it. Please. And then comment, I disliked it because you told me to. There you go. Anyway. I pre-ordered Metro Prime 4 Switch 2 edition. So last night, it dawned on me that Prime 4 is definitely not releasing before the Switch 2. Like, I just realized that, like, oh yeah. They would have given a release date if it was before June 5th. So I was like, okay, fuck it. So I messaged Mighty Ape, which is my retailer, and was like, hey, can you cancel this order? I'm going to buy the new one. They said, yep. So that's all canceled, and I bought the new one, and, well, I have even less money now. But I'm very happy. Listen, I need that 4K mode. No, I need the 120 mode, what am I saying? I'm not going to play on 4K. I don't think my monitor's even 4K. But I would like the, like, higher resolution and stuff. And, like, yeah, I could have just kept going with the Switch 1 version and then upgraded it. Nah. Anyway. Apologies. Just turn my lights on. It's getting really dark, actually. Hello? Lights, turn on. No, my monitor's like 1080. I don't know what the hertz is, though. But, like, oh. Have you guys... Sorry. I gotta, like, whip myself to stop me from getting excited. I promise. Listen. Have you guys seen how the Switch 2 runs in handheld mode? Have you seen how buttery smooth that goddamn thing is? Breath of the Wild, 60 FPS in handheld mode in the fucking Forest of Hope or whatever. Like, my eyes have been blessed this day. Actual handheld gaming will actually be viable again. I can't believe it. Like, it kind of went out of style because of how, like, kind of crappy the regular Switch is, and then Switch 2 is just like... I've not seen the clip of them next to each other in real life. I saw the one in the trailer, but yeah, I haven't seen them, like, side by side. I'm sure it's, like, day and night. I didn't expect to be crossing paths with him again so soon, and certainly not like this. There, see, I did a line. Now let's talk about something. There he is, Edgar Benedict.
Thank you for complying with the court's subpoena at such short notice. Why did my Google activate when I said subpoena?
But of course, my lord, as an upstanding member of London society, it's my pleasure to oblige.
Now, kindly state your name and occupation for the record.
Ashley Graydon, Communications Officer.
Mr. Graydon and I both work at London's Central Communications Station.
Now, perhaps somebody would kindly explain what this is all about? You're fucking a killer, maybe. You were apprised of the situation. Apprised of the situation by the court officer on your way here, I presume? Yes, I was. Something to do with a murder that took place at a pawnbroker's on Baker Street. And some nonsense about me having been there on the night in question. That is the accusation, indeed. This is really beyond a joke, you know.
Very well. Without further delay, the court will hear your testimony now, Mr. Graydon.
Guys, it keeps dawning on me that on Switch 2 launch day, we have Deltarune Chapter 3 and 4 and Mario Kart. How the fuck am I gonna do that? How the fuck am I gonna stream that? How? What do I do? How do I deal with that? Wind Waker 2, yeah. I don't know if I'm gonna... I've been on the edge on whether I'm gonna do Wind Waker on GameCube or if I'm gonna wait for the HD. Because I think it might still come. Maybe. Copium, but I think it could still happen. Because, well, Twilight Princess wasn't shown at all. So, I don't know. Like, isn't the HD version, like, way better? Maybe it's not. I might have to look into it. Just bite the bullet. Oh, yeah. I did see as well, any GameCube game that did support widescreen still supports widescreen on Switch too. Like, you can turn it on. No, don't even say that, Big Boss. Don't even say that. There ain't no way. Could you imagine Silksong's like, yeah, we're releasing a launch day on Switch 2. That would make everybody complaining about the price shut up. And they're just like, oh, no, I gotta get it. It's like, well, you forgot that Silksong's gonna be out on everything else. It is confirmed for this year, though, so we'll see if it gets delayed or not.
Very well, without further delay, the court will hear your testimony now, Mr. Graydon. You will respond to the accusation made against you under oath.
Oh my god, he's still doing this shit.
Gladly, my lord, gladly.
Naturally, I have occasion to make use of pawnbrokering services from time to time. But are you seriously suggesting I colluded with these thugs to break into a place on the night of the murder? I have no intention of admitting such an outrageous accusation. Even if certain parties here present claim that my blood was found at the scene. Some Scaramouche detective's homebrewed tincture can hardly be taken as serious evidence. Bro, this is the basis of all luminol procedures, man. You're gonna be eating your words soon.
So, you deny the accusation completely, do you?
I must say, I am dismayed.
For the highest court in the land to be swayed by this self-professed detective's toy.
It was the will of the jury, and our great British justice system demands that the jury's will be upheld. Then it would seem we have the misfortune of the most inept assembly of jurors today. Phoenix Wright dating sim, switch to launch day. I wonder how soon we're gonna start seeing, like, special edition Switch 2s. I'm really sad there's not a Mario Kart one. I really wanted some type of limited edition one. Like, day one. Like, that's my biggest problem with Nintendo, is that they release all these cool limited edition Switch 2s, and then I'm stuck with my basic-ass one, and I don't get the cool Animal Crossing one, and damn it.
By golly!
How long am I expected to be detained here?
Following the defense's cross-examination, your involvement in this matter has not been established. You will be free to leave immediately.
Good. Then I should be on my way. I should be away in time for afternoon tea. Some small consolation, at least.
Let us not hold up Mr. Graydon any longer than necessary, counsel. Proceed with the cross-examination.
So, we meet again, Mr. Eggert Benedict. Or is it Mr. Graydon? My apologies. You are? Rinosuke Naruhodo, defense lawyer. We have met. If it still came with the digital code, would I have gotten it still? Yeah. If the Mario Kart bundle was, like, unique colors with, like, Mario Kart, like, imprints on, like, the dock and the Switch, yes. I would have gotten it even if it had the code. Because, well, to me, that just shows that my Switch is the code. My Switch is the box, you know? Because it's, like, all Mario Kart themed, but nope. And Ryan bought his Switch 2 last night as well. And he did the same thing as me, because he wanted the box for Mario Kart World 2, so.
If you say so. Ashley Graydon, enchanté. So.
Hey, free hat, dude. That's a pretty good hat. That's like Mario wedding hat.
I trust we can conclude this quickly.
But I'm not holding your flashy white hat while we do. Put it on. Put it on, Rinosuke, bro. It'll look so good on you.
Naturally, I have occasion to make use of pawnbrokering services from time to time.
Like that day you tried to steal. Yes, we even met in the very pawnbrokery where the crime took place on the afternoon of the day in question. Though, of course, you introduced yourself by a completely different name at the time. It was Mr. Eggert Benedict, I believe. Tell me, what made you...
The witness is here to testify about events that took place that night. He's under no obligation to answer such unrelated questions.
You can't be serious!
Thank you, because I certainly do not feel inclined to answer such an
Inappropriate question of when I was doing certain criminal activities. So he's gonna be evasive, is he? In an effort to not give anything away. This could be tricky.
Hold it!
The fucking little Mario guy's just looking up at him like...
Thugs? You called us thugs? Come on, Sulky. What do you mean?
Have you seen these two men before? This pair? No, I don't associate with criminals. Said by a man who introduced himself as Eggert Benedict. I'd like to know who I have to thank for this. Who made this outlandish accusation against me?
The young lawyer there in the black.
This is a farce! Whose idea was it to permit an outsider to work in a British court anyway? The Supreme Court Justice. Well, needless to say, I have no intention of admitting such an outrageous accusation.
Hold it!
Where were you at around 1 in the morning on the night in question, sir? This is past the hour at which I would normally retire. Certainly. I was not in the company of these rapscallions. You're able to prove that?
Objection!
Nope.
Listen carefully, my Nipponese friend, for you appear to be under a gross misapprehension at this point.
What do you mean?
The witness maintains he was not at the scene of the crime. He has no obligation to prove his absence.
He doesn't have a... His alibi is not watertight, dude. There's no one to corroborate where he was. What do you mean?
Your accusation is that the witness was present at the scene. The obligation lies with you to prove your assertion.
You will fulfill that Why are we taking this fucking rotten little guy at his word, bro? He has no proof, no way to corroborate that he was, you know, not there. Nobody saw him. Nobody's, you know, vouching for him. First saying anything to get out of it. A silent victory, Wiggle. Thanks. Even if certain parties present claim that my blood here was found at the scene.
Hold it!
That's because it was. Blood was found at the scene of the crime. There's no question of that. Mr. Shom's chemical analysis has positively identified the substance as much. But am I not the only human to have blood running through my veins, am I? How can you be sure that the blood is mine? It could equally be the blood of one of these two miscreants. Well, let's play the old game of check for injuries. Let's play the old game of check for injuries. Who has a gunshot wound? Oh, you do, Mr. Eggert Benedict. Well, that's very convenient for us. Every individual's blood has a slightly different composition, it seems. Mr. Shom's chemical is able to differentiate different blood samples, but... Spare me this science lesson. Who is this Shom's character, anyway? Oh, assumed all Londoners would know the name. Well, he's a renowned detective.
So even you are unable to bring yourself to save the great detective?
A great detective, you say? Well, now we're in the realm of fairy tales, are we?
Excuse me.
you have something to say about that, Mr. Skulkin?
Oh, Mario! Hey, what? Me?
No, Mr. Skulkin next to you.
Right, I'm up to you with this. How many times am I gonna tell you?
Luigi! Yeah, I know, you're not Big Bruv Sulky. Mr. Nash Skulkin.
Hey, oh, cool, blimey, Governor. Oh, you are?
Is it not the case that when Mr. Graydon just spoke, a thought went through your mind?
I don't think, Governor. I've never thought before. If I funk, then the world will think in funkin' fritters.
What? Would you care to share that thought with the court?
Me? Thoughts? I don't have none of them. Must have been him. You what?
Mr. Nash Skulkin, answer the question, please. What went through your mind when Mr. Graydon just spoke?
Nothing. Honest, Gov, nothing. I was just thinking, if we have waves his arms around like that much more, it'll open up the wound again, that's all.
What wound?
Well, he took the bullet, of course. It was only 2 days ago. He ain't gonna be sealed up yet. So I was, well, you know, I was warning for him, and... Oh, that was bells.
Oh, interesting. Mr. Graydon, did you hear that? Bro, come on. Now we're reusing Von Karma stuff? Alright. Sure, buddy. What? Your comrade is worried about you, it seems. On account of your injured arm. So, where'd you take this bullet,
My lord. Yes, Mr. Graydon. I have no idea what these two wretches are talking about. Certainly, I shouldn't be expected to answer anything in relation to their mindless insinuations.
We know that someone other than the victim was hit by a bullet at the scene of the crime 2 nights ago. And from the height of the bullet hole in the wall, that person was likely hit in the upper arm or thereabouts. Perhaps you'd allow the court an official examination of your arm, sir. The left arm that you're currently clasping with your right hand, as if it's in pain.
No, I refuse.
Can we take that as an admission of guilt?
You have shown no evidence whatsoever that links me to these common thieves. Accordingly, I'm not obliged to permit any such invasion of my privacy.
Says the murderer.
As I've already said, I'm completely uninvolved in all of this. I've never had anything to do with this pawnbroker where this fellow was killed whatsoever. I take offense to the insinuation that I was in any way involved. Well, you claim to have had nothing whatsoever to do with Mr. Winterbank's pawnbrokery.
My lord, the defense would like that last statement added to Mr. Graydon's formal testimony.
Very well, counsel.
Yeah, don't we have a picture of him? don't we have a picture of you? Oh, do we not have a picture? I swore we had a picture of him being shown. Isn't that how we pulled him into the court? Where would it be? Where would it be? Bullet. Shum's pouch, music box disc, stereoscope. Do I not have it in evidence? I guess it's not needed, but I need that photo though. There's the story manuscript representation box. Never had anything to do with it. You forget that I was there, Mr. Graydon, on that very afternoon of the incident. Obviously, I'm not a complete stranger to the pawnbrokers. I'm currently on the lookout for an armchair to finish my study. No, you were there to redeem an article. I have no idea what you're talking about. Yeah, because we have the detective to also back it up. Bro's getting backed into a corner very quickly. Do you have something to add, Inspector?
Right, come again, Sunshine.
You were there too, in fact, weren't you, Inspector? That afternoon.
Well, yeah, I do remember meeting yourself and the pawnbrokers that afternoon. You, your young Japanese assistant, and the accused were all present, as I recall.
And at that time, this witness, Mr. Graydon, was trying to acquire a particular article.
Well now. I'm afraid I don't remember too clearly.
What? But you must!
I'm not gonna lie and pretend I remember something that I don't.
What's going on here?
Greg, showed us a picture before, didn't he? You know, from the cameras that Hurley installed in the window banks?
Yeah, of course.
The gentleman picture bears a striking resemblance to the witness, I must say.
Striking resemblance, talk about identical. Exactly, which proves that Mr. Graydon was in the shop that afternoon in question. At no point have I denied the fact. I merely entered the shop to pursue the articles on sale and have a word with the broker. Nothing more. This makes no sense. I understand why Mr. Graydon might be trying to cover his tracks. But why would Gregson be trying to avoid giving testimony about what happened? That's all he's gonna say on the matter, is it?
What you think, Bruno?
I think he has no intention of telling us anything. Hey, let's go!
My days off got approved! We can play Mario Kart on the weekend when it comes out! Yippee! Hooray!
Jump up and down!
Woohoo!
I think he has no intention of telling us anything. He's well aware that the less he says, the less chance he has of giving himself away.
Well, the complete opposite of Hurley then. He seems to think that the more he says, the better.
Well, at least I managed to prise a little more information from these witnesses' lips. All thanks to the Skulkin brothers.
Yeah, they were the key to it after all.
So he says he had nothing to do with the window banks. Well, we know that's not true. Figured out what McGilda's box is yet? I didn't know what his pussy looks like. Bro's dead. Sorry.
Perhaps now will be a good time to have a proper look through the court record.
Good idea. You never know what tiny scrap of information could become a valuable weapon. I didn't press that, I don't think. Don't forget, sir, that Mr. Herlock Sholmes is the most famous detective in the world. And the most famous detective in the world tells the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, Oh no, I can't think of how to answer that. I once saw the world's most famous swindler thrown into jail. He allegedly told the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but. What turned out to be a pack of lies. Quite. Now, as you are no doubt aware, the Central Communication Station is the heart of this country's information network. My work there is of paramount importance, and you have kept me from it for long enough already. I have no idea what's in McGilda's box. Fucking a penny. 2 pennies? 3 pennies? Maybe the other music box disc, or maybe it itself is a music disc reader or something. I don't know. Something to do with the music disc. Seemed like the most important, like, object. Do 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 do. There's a story, blood samples, pawnbroker ticket. For the coat. Is there any proof that he used this? No, nothing says it does. Okay, before we continue, is there anything that I did not press? Did I miss a press? I might not have pressed this one. Let me check. Where were you at around 1 in the morning on the night in question, sir? Normally retire, certainly. Oh, the company of these rapscallions.
Objection!
Yep. Victory wiggle. Can we see anything of his here? Any proof that he was here at all, anywhere? Anything at all that really shows, like, he's, you know, present? I want to say the disc. I want to say the disc. I mean, we know that's what he came for. I'm gonna just try it, I think.
Objection!
Hey, got it. Nice. Have you ever seen this disc before, Mr. Graydon? Why, is it supposed to mean something? Hold on, guys. I'm just gonna readjust my, usually have a blanket that I sit on my seat to make it more comfy, and it's just fucked. Bro got the McDonald's Minecraft burger block. Let's go. Oh, right, I didn't even mention. I got a new game today. I got the first Berserker of Kazan. I don't know if I should stream it or not. It's a Souls-like, and apparently it's really good. I saw Charlie talk about it, Moist Critical, and I researched it a little bit, and it was apparently really highly regarded. And so I was like, okay, I'm gonna get it. So I'm still like, I don't know whether I'm gonna play it in my own time or stream it. Kind of contemplating that. I think I'm leaning towards playing it in my off time, but you know, I haven't heard anybody in our audience ask for it, so I don't know. Minecraft Boyga. Minecraft Boyga. Oh, here's that video that Foolproof was talking about. Let me take a little pic. Oh, it's so much bigger! Whoa. Oh, it's so cool! It's so much bigger. Look at that. Goddamn. Goddamn! This disc was, until the day of his murder, in pawn in Mr. Winterbank's shop. It was redeemed by the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, that afternoon. However, somebody mysteriously appeared and tried to take it from her. And that somebody was you, of course. Wasn't it, Mr. Graydon? As I have reiterated numerous times now, you are mistaken. That was not me. I've never seen that disc before in my life. The nether sauce tasted just like sriracha? Yeah, it probably was sriracha. No, they actually went to the nether and tasted a piglin's blood and modeled the sauce after that. It may have escaped your notice, but there is a small smear of blood on the disc.
Yes, resulting from an abrasion of the thumb, perhaps.
That's right. The surface of the disc is covered in hundreds of tiny little bumps. In this skirmish to acquire the disc, the thumb of the person who tried to take it suffered a minor laceration. So, while the disc bears the remnants of that skirmish in the form of this smear of blood, the thumb of the person in question must bear the remnants also, in the form of a scratch.
Good gracious, indeed it must.
Mr. Graydon! You refused to allow the court officer to examine your arm before. Are you now going to refuse us to allow an examine of your thumb? Because I have no doubt that it bears a small scratch consistent with the blood smear on this disc. Well. It would seem I underestimated you.
What's the meaning of this?
So, you admit it now. You admit you have a scratch on your thumb from when you attempted to take the disc from the defendant? I mean, just from the description you read to me last night, Philip, I kind of knew it was going to be just like some shitty hot sauce. It didn't sound like it was like anything extra spicy. It was cayenne. Like, it wasn't even like, it wasn't ghost pepper, it wasn't jalapeno, it wasn't habanero, it wasn't, you know, any of that.
Order! Well, Mr. Graydon. Well, Mr. Mark Grayson.
It would appear there has been something of a misunderstanding here. I did not attempt to take the disc, as you put it. No, quite the reverse. What are you trying to say? It's really quite simple, you see. The disc was mine from the outset. Actually, we proved that it wasn't. Quite simply. Is there some crime in taking an item that you own out of the pawn? What?
It would seem, Mr. Graydon, that in this piece of evidence, my learned friend has established a link between yourself and the incident. Accordingly, you will tell the court everything you know about this disc now.
Not as you wish.
Though I'm quite sure it has nothing whatsoever to do with the pawnbroker's murder.
There's a note on the disc saying for Mr. McGilded, but the item belongs to me. The redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accused, that filthy gutterling, on the day in question. I proceeded at once to the shop in order to explain my situation and redeem my article. In the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police. In other words, I had absolutely no reason to break into the shop later that same night.
Did I hear you correctly, sir? McGilded, you say? The famous London philanthropist? Who perished in this very courtroom 2 months ago after being acquitted of a distinctly messy murder.
Yes, my lord. The one and the same. I definitely wasn't the one who burned him alive at the stake, by the way. That wasn't me. 100%.
Good lord, Mr. Graydon! Are you saying that Mr. McGilded and yourself were acquainted?
Yes, that's correct.
Order! Well, I certainly didn't expect to hear that name uttered here in my courtroom again.
Wonder what Gina told us. This disc was placed in pawn on that fateful night 2 months ago. Gilden himself gave instructions to deposit it in Windibanks. So good.
It's funny that Mr. Graydon here is claiming the disc belongs to him, innit?
In all likelihood, he's lying. So he appeared that afternoon at Windibanks in order to get his hands on McGilda's disc for some reason. Mr. Windibank appears to have used the back of this photograph to write out a redemption ticket. He's written it very neatly, but still, perhaps he ran out of paper, so he had to use anything he had on hand. It's hard to know what's the front and the reverse side now. Hey, can I just see the info? 15th February, 10:30 p.m. One gentleman's overcoat, £1. 15th of April. Well, that's definitely the one for it.
Hold it!
Would you care to explain how this belongs to you? As you will observe, a communications officer such as myself commands a fine salary.
Well, certainly exquisitely dressed, sir.
So you see, I have little need to make use of the services provided by the pawnbrokery trade. However, I did once find myself in difficulties having misplaced my purse whilst on an errand, which is why I pawned my fine black overcoat to the broker in question. You claim that you claim that was your overcoat? Obviously, and in my haste, I clean forgot that the music box disc was in its pocket. And yet, there's a note on it that reads for McGilden. I'm a collector of rare and unusual music box music. I first met Mr. McGilden at a gentleman's club in the city, and was interested to discover that he shared my penchant in that area.
So, the disc in question?
As a pre-production sample, I promised to let Mr. McGilden hear it. But then you forgot that it was in the pocket of the overcoat you were forced to pawn. Yes, exactly.
She didn't mention any of that in her testimony 2 months ago, did she?
No, because Mr. McGilden had threatened her to keep her mouth shut. Which means that if we dig too deeply here, it's going to expose Gina's perjury.
Oh dear, this is complicated, isn't it?
Let's leave it alone for the time being. I didn't see the character trailer, I just saw the season overview trailer with all the characters and the animation and stuff. Didn't expect her to be a Vanguard. So you're saying that Miss Lestrade lifted the ticket from your bag? That's right. Despite being mindful of danger when walking in the insabulous areas her kind frequent... Miss Lestrade did no such thing. Well, of course you would take that stance, but the girl is a regular offender. You came to the pawnbrokery that day prepared with all the information you needed to identify the defendant. You were looking for her. That's what brought you to Windibanks. To get your hands on McGilden's disc.
Objection!
My learned friend is a veritable font of nonsense. Nonsense?
I concur with the prosecution. Counsel, you will refrain from conjecturing in this way. Is that clear?
Yes, my lord. Then I will continue with my testimony for what possible use it can be.
Hold it!
Had you ever been to Windibanks before? Only once, for the purposes of pawning something. But like many, I enjoy browsing in such establishments. So when you noticed the pickpocket had taken your ticket, you chased after her, is that correct? Yes, that's right. I didn't notice at first, of course, because such is the art of pickpocketing. But when I did, I headed to the pawnbrokery at once, in order to reclaim my coat before the thief could. I was merely trying to recover what was rightfully mine in the first place. He can say what he likes, because he knows we have no evidence to contradict him on this.
Hold it!
Yes, it was taken by Inspector Gregson here, wasn't it? That's right. This was the very man. Apparently the police are collecting anything that has any connection to Mr. McGilded as evidence.
Excuse me!
Excuse me! Is something wrong, Inspector?
What do you mean?
Well, the last remark Mr. Gray made in his testimony seemed to trouble you in some way.
No, I didn't. It was nothing. Leave it alone.
Let me ask you this, Inspector. Why is Scotland Yard gathering Mr. McGilded's possessions?
I can't tell you something like that, Sunshine.
What is it, Inspector? Investigative secrets.
Yeah, exactly. You should know all about that.
Magnus McGilded, who died so unexpectedly after his trial 2 months ago. A man renowned throughout the capital for his great contributions to public life, yet he had a dark side too.
Where you going with this, Van Zeeks?
I suppose the police are dealing with the aftermath of his nefarious activities, are they?
That's enough! Coppers like me have duties to carry out we're not at liberty to talk about. That's all you need to know.
Duty is conferred by Lord Strongheart, I presume. The Lord Chief Justice appears to have great faith in you, Inspector.
The bottom line is, if you want to get something more out of me, you're gonna need Lord Strongheart's paw print first.
What's all this about? It's like there's something going on between Gregson and Lord Van Zeeks here.
Well, it would appear that the inspector has revealed all he is at liberty to reveal. Mr. Graydon, let us return to your testimony.
Gladly, my lord.
Hold it!
But perhaps you'd seen something of value among the forfeited items? No, not at all. Oh. A valuer was brought in by the police to assess everything in the shop. Without exception, every article on the shelves was common or garden, brick and brack. In that case, it's clear that you broke into the shop later that day in order to recover Mr. McGilded's disc. You've not been listening, man. Even if I had wanted to recover the disc, you may recall that it had been seized by the police that afternoon. There was no more in the shop than that night than I. As I keep saying, I simply had no reason to break in. There was a second disc, if you'd like to remember that, Renosuke.
Rude enough to have some evidence. Let him have it. I'm dying to see that irritatingly assured expression of his crumble.
Do 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 do.
Objection!
Yep, the box. This disc was deposited at Windibanks on Magnus McGilded's instructions. You knew that, and you went there in the intention of obtaining it for yourself.
Objection! Conjecture again. In any case, the disc was taken into custody by the police that afternoon. The witness had no reason to visit the pawnbrokery again that night.
Objection!
Objection!
Sorry, my learned friend, but that's not true.
What? What?
Mr. McGilded had another article at pawn at Mr. Windibank's, as this second pawnbroker's tickets prove. There were 2 articles belonging to Mr. McGilded in Windibank's pawnbrokery, and the reason you broke into the shop that night was to recover the second one. Together with your two accomplices, the Skulkin brothers.
This is the second ticket, is it? What had the man deposited?
The article description reads, 1 small box.
A rather vague description, it seems to me.
Are you suggesting I broke into the pawnbrokery with these clowns in order to steal some trinket box? I believe there are adequate grounds to suspect that you did. This is absurd! Why on earth would I do such a thing? Once the article had been forfeited, I could simply walk into the shop and purchase it. There'd be absolutely no need for me to resort to theft. That's a good point.
Indeed, the witness makes a solid argument.
I means that for some reason. This green fella had to get that small box that very night, is it?
Objection! Time to put an end to the nonsense, my lord. Could you be a little less cryptic, Lord Van Zeeks? I do hate to ruin my learned friend's argument, but the truth is quite incontrovertible. On the night in question, no small box was taken from Windibank's pawnbrokery. And rest assured, the prosecution can prove it.
What?
Oh, good gracious! Inspector, show the photographic prints to the court, if you please. Yes, sir.
What prints?
These prints were taken from one of the detective security cameras.
These red-handed recorders again!
As previously explained, using this plan of the shop layout, the victim's establishment was furnished with automatic cameras in 2 locations. One set to capture the counter when Mr. Windibank received his customers, and the other was set to capture the shelves on which the articles were placed for sale once forfeited. According to the information on this ticket, Mr. McGilded's small box had been forfeited already. 2 days before the incident at 9 p.m. on the 13th of April, to be precise. Which means it would have been on the shelves of forfeited items out on the shop front. Now, what I have here is a print taken by one of the cameras about 2 hours before the incident. That's at 11 p.m. on 15th of April. Well, the victim certainly had a very full shop, it would appear. And here we have another print. This one taken about 2 hours after the incident.
Well, we're gonna have to look at it in the funny little, you know, the funny little contraption.
I see, so we have 2 pictures to compare.
Yeah, it is slightly different. Seems like the box has been moved, I think. Trying to do the cross-eyed trick, but it doesn't work. I can't see anything when I cross my eyes. Like, it does, like, do the thing, but you can't... It's all blurred and fucked.
Tell me, that's starting to make my head ache. Obviously, at Scotland Yard, we considered theft as one possible motive for the case. We explored the possibility that something had been taken in addition to the victim's life. So your men have already compared these 2 prints thoroughly, Inspector. Yes, sure. We counted every single item in each of these photographic prints. And the Yard's conclusion is that exactly the same number are present in both. In other words, nothing was taken from the pawnbrokery on the night in question. My learned friend's assertion is nothing more than a hopeful fantasy.
I don't believe it! If I could have just shown that he'd stolen McGilded's pawned box, I might have been able to break him down at last.
You know what, Bruno? I've been thinking. What if these two photographs really are exactly the same?
What?
So, counsel, in the light of the evidence put forward by the prosecution, what's your position? Seems that, in fact, on the night in question, nothing was stolen from the victim's establishment. Do you accept the prosecution's assertion?
I don't know. Could there be some hidden discrepancy in these two photographic prints somewhere? Used piece of evidence. Before I give my answer, my lord, I'd like to try something if I may.
Try something? What do you mean, counsel?
I'll need to use a certain piece of evidence from the court record to identify the discrepancy.
I'm not entirely sure I follow. Which piece of evidence do you intend to use to help you identify the discrepancy between the two prints?
Take that!
I'd like to use this device, my lord, to view both prints stereoscopically.
Ooh, that's my thing! Yes, you caught the bug at last. You can't resist it, can you? You've got the cross-eyed compulsion.
Terminator 3, what a surprise.
Come on, Bruno. Let's put the pictures in place and see what this wonderful contraption shows us. There we go. Now look through the eyepiece.
I wasn't sure at first, but there's a clear discrepancy between the two prints.
What? You must identify the location in question for the court, counsel.
Yeah. Sure. There it is.
Take that!
Granted, these two prints are almost identical. However, there is one minor discrepancy between them.
What?
When you view the two pictures stereoscopically, a single area stands out as being different. The location of this small box.
Wait. Unbelievable! By Jove, you're right. How extraordinary!
What this tells us is very simple. Mr. McGilded's small box was indeed not stolen from Windibanks on the night in question. However, there can be no doubt that somebody picked up this particular box and then returned it to place it on the shelves.
I'm suggesting the small box originally deposited by Mr. McGilded is in fact...
Yes, the very same small box I just identified in those photographic prints.
Objection! Mindless guesswork. What if it was? So a box was moved on the shelf, nothing was stolen, which means quite simply that nothing was changed. That may be true, but... Alright, McGilded's box wasn't stolen then. Doesn't the fact that it was moved like that change things? I believe this changes everything about the case. How can that possibly be?
Well, the crucial point is the fact that it was moved. The crucial point is the fact that it was moved. Sorry, let me try that again. The crucial point is the fact that what was moved was a small box. In other words, we had to consider what might have been inside that box.
What are you suggesting?
I'm suggesting that we need to examine that box as soon as possible. A vital piece of evidence is sitting on the shelves at Windibanks as we speak.
Objection! That won't be necessary. Some little box belonging to a man who died 2 months ago can't possibly be relevant to this trial. The court does not approve your objection, Lord Van Zeeks. Bailiff, arrange for an officer to go to Baker Street at once. Obtain the small box in question and bring it back here for further investigation.
Sorry, Van Zeeks. Sorry. Stupid bastard.
We shall have a report within half an hour. I think perhaps we should recess for a short while until the evidence is brought forth. To be hoodwinked by such a farce. It's disappointing. I beg your pardon, Lord Van Zeeks. Nothing but a smokescreen, a Nibonese speciality.
What are you trying to say?
My learned friend has persisted with the same line of reasoning from the very beginning. That this witness's intent was to steal an article belonging to Mr. McGilded from the pawnbrokery. Yet common sense tells us that none of the articles have value enough to be even worth stealing in the first place.
Exactly! It would be beyond absurd to break into a place for the purpose of stealing such commonplace property.
Your lordship recalls Mr. McGilded perished 2 months ago, immediately after the conclusion of his trial. A trial in which he was found not guilty. A trial in which it was established he was the upstanding member of society his reputation implied, in fact. So I propose a toast to my learned friend and his most insightful defense.
The articles this upstanding member of society pawned were entirely ordinary. A black overcoat that just happened to have a music box disc in one of its pockets and a small box. I assure you, I wouldn't accept even if the man had tried to make a gift of such things to me.
The prosecution's argument is undeniably compelling. It is incumbent on the defense to now bolster its argument. To explain what possible significance these commonplace articles pawned by this fine citizen could have. Well, counsel, is your argument in fact demonstrable? Are you able to show proof that the disc or the box are in any tangible way related to this case?
Well,
What's the matter, Bruno? We know that they're both right, don't we?
oh my god. Another big yawn.
They're both vital pieces of evidence.
Yeah, of course. You and I both know that. We know Mr. McGilded's true character, and we know that the disc is significant, even if we don't know why.
But how will you explain all that to the court at this point?
We'll have to acknowledge that McGilded's acquittal 2 months ago was a mistake. That the defense's argument was flawed, based on false information.
Oh no!
And that would mean admitting that Gina committed perjury.
But Ginny,
Could it be that Van Zeeks knows? Is that why he's doing this now? Because he anticipated everything?
but maybe this could be a great opportunity for us.
Sorry? What do you mean, Iris?
Well, what was it you always wanted to say, Bruno? Sooner or later, the truth comes out. Every time.
Alright, the exact significance of the things that McGilded deposited with Mr. Windibank is something that only Gina can explain to the court. But if I put her on the stand and testify against that, critically damage our chances of winning this case. Yeah, we should do it. Bring the truth out. Your Honor, my lord, the defense would like to make a proposal.
Yeah. What proposal, counsel?
While the court awaits the arrival of Mr. McGilded's small box, I would like to call the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, to the witness stand.
The defendant? To what end?
It's to do with the various articles deposited at Windibanks by Mr. McGilded, your lord. My lordship? Me lord? Miss Lestrade had, information relating to them. I believe it would be beneficial for the court to hear what she has to say. It will prove the significance of the articles in question once and for all.
Well, things are becoming interesting. I presume you've considered the implications of the testimony you're proposing. In particular, the impact it will have on the accused's standing, and indeed your own.
I have.
Well, then, Zeet, would you care to explain that last remark? The prosecution accepts the defense's proposal. I move to interrupt the cross-examination of the current witness and hear from the accused herself. Very well, if you have no objection. So, the court will now hear the testimony of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. You witnesses currently in the stand may step down until further notice.
Then I shall bid you good day.
Wait. You, sir, shall remain here in the stand while Miss Lestrade testifies.
As you wish. All right, then. It's time, Gina. I know this will be hard, but please, put your faith in me here.
Good luck, Bruno.
The articles that Mr. McGilded had deposited at Windibank's Pawnbrokery are intimately related with the omnibus case, the trial of which was heard in this courtroom 2 months ago.
Yes, and I remember this young lady being brought before me in that trial as well.
That's right, my lord. Her testimony helped to establish the innocence of the defendant, Mr. McGilded.
The omnibus case was intriguing, to say the least. And now here we all are again. The same players in the trial facing each other once more. A twist of fate, perhaps, might Ebeneezer's friend.
Allow me to recap the events of 2 months ago. An old brickmaker was stabbed to death in an omnibus running along London's winter streets. Apart from the victim, there was only one other person in the carriage, Mr. McGilded. Naturally, he was the prime suspect for the murder. But as the trial progressed, another possibility emerged. That the murder in fact took place above the defendant's head on the roof deck, with the body then being dropped through the skylight into the carriage below. It was Miss Lestrade whose testimony brought that possibility to light. At the time of the incident, Miss Lestrade was concealed under a seat in the carriage, hoping to pick the pockets of unsuspecting passengers. Then, immediately after the trial, having been acquitted of murder, Mr. McGilded died in the very courtroom in the most extraordinary of circumstances.
A mystery that remains unsolved even now, 2 months on. As indeed does the omnibus murder itself. Be that as it may, I recall neither the disc nor the small box being mentioned in the course of those proceedings.
Miss Lestrade, would you tell the court now, please? What really happened on the omnibus 2 months ago, I mean?
I don't know what you mean. I will say all what I know.
And what about everything you told us yesterday from inside your prison cell? Please, Miss Lestrade, this is extremely important.
But...
Remember, little girl, if it transpires that you willfully withheld information in the trial 2 months ago, the Home Office will seek to prosecute you for perjury. And naturally, you will lose all credibility as a witness. Although, let's face facts, you have little credibility to lose.
Ginny, don't listen to him. Please, you have to trust Bruno now. Oh, Horace, we're on your side. All right then. I'll talk.
It's the right choice, Gina.
Well, it would seem that my learned friend is hell-bent on bringing the entire courtroom down about his ears. So be it. I must confess that I'm struggling to understand what on earth is going on here. However, it would appear that Mr. McGilden's pawned articles and that extraordinary case of the omnibus harbor secrets of which we have been hitherto unaware. So, Miss Lestrade, will you give your testimony before the court about the events of 2 months ago? You will reveal the truth, a commodity sorely lacking in your original statements.
This is it then. Everything's gonna come out. Like Van Zeke said, this could bring down the whole courtroom down about my ears. But as a lawyer, I'm prepared to take that risk. And knowing Acerny, it probably will. And then there'll be one key bit of turning my logic around, and then ba-boom.
Truth is, that brickmaker cover was in the cabin of the omnibus the whole time. When the Irishman dragged me out from under the seat, I saw the disc on the floor. All of a sudden, I heard a scream from over my head, and the pair on the roof went to call the slops.
Did she say the slops? Yes.
That's when McGildy slipped the driver some tin to do a run to the pawn shop roundabout. He threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing to no one about what I'd seen or heard.
Yeah, she literally got threatened. Shouldn't that be like, you know, admissible at least? If I'm using that word correctly. The punishment for that should be very much lowered.
Good grief, this is outrageous! What you've just told the court bears almost no resemblance to your testimony 2 months ago. As you say, my lord. But there's every chance I may have adjudicated an error in McGilden's trial. It sounds very much to me as if the man deliberately deceived this court in an effort to cover up the most wicked of schemes. Without doubt, your lordship is correct. A great injustice was done in this courtroom 2 months ago. The actions of the accused in that trial, of this witness, and of my learned friend are entirely inexcusable.
We were not all in it together.
You're wrong! The lawyer! Mr. Naruto, the lawyer there, didn't even know nothing about it!
Hamburg!
Don't think so. Are we really expected to believe that?
He really stuck to me when I'm Tindy. What an operation to get the man off scot-free.
Who's scot-free?
Unforgivable. Stop! The lies have to stop! Stop!
Yes, the defense made a terrible error of judgment. I intend to take full responsibility and suffer whatever consequences are deemed appropriate. However, it's imperative that the court allows the witness to elaborate on her testimony, because the true significance of McGilden's pawned articles must be brought to light.
Very well, my learned student friend. Given the depths of calamity you just plunged yourself into, this may well be worth hearing. Words fail me. This situation is utterly deplorable. Mr. Naruhodo!
Yes, my lord.
I will decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial.
Of course, my lord.
Blimey, Mr. Naruto.
Now, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination.
But before we do that, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Let's get some music going, huh? Do-do-do-do. Come on. There you go. Alright, BRB, everybody. Where is it? There it is. Bonk. I will be right back. Sit tight. Yo, what up? I'm back. Ugh. All right, let's get back into it. Get the BRB out of here. Gosh, it feels so good. It's raining really heavy today. Not really, really heavy, but it's just consistent. It's very nice. Bruh. That's funny. Big Boss sent a meme on the thing. Sorry, I went quiet. I was reading it. Anyone else feel like Team Cherry's rushing this? Team Cherry Games, feel free to delay Silk Song if you need to. Bro, we don't even have a fucking release date. It's gonna release on the literal last day of the year for all we know. Alright, let's hop back in, shall we? I need my water. I'm a little parched, I think. I'm a little parched. Alright.
Truth is, that brickmaker cover was the cabin at the omnibus the whole time.
And you were hiding in the cabin as well, weren't you, Miss Lestrade? If I remember rightly, in the storage compartment underneath one of the seats?
Yeah, that's right. It's pitch black under there, so you can't see nothing at all.
Now, in your testimony 2 months ago, I feel certain that you claimed Mr. McGilded was the sole passenger, did you not? False testimony, my lord.
That's what he told me that I had to say.
It's important you tell us the truth now. Were Mr. McGilded and the victim acquaintances?
So no. But I did hear him talking a lot.
What were they talking about?
Well, I couldn't hear too well, but if I had to say, I think it was about money or something. He kept talking about buying and not buying.
Perhaps business dealings of some kind.
Well, anyway, they got louder and louder, and it started to sound like a proper fight. I was pretty scared by then. I hardly dared to breathe, and then all of a sudden, I heard a noise like a keeling over on the floor. It was blooming loud and all.
I believe you let out an involuntary scream.
Yeah, that's what gave me away. When the Irishman dragged me out from under the seat, I saw the disc on the floor.
Was the disc you saw this disc?
Yeah, I reckon it probably was. He's right next to the cove lying on the floor.
Could this disc have belonged to the victim, perhaps?
So no, but Mr. McGildy picked it up pretty smartish. And then he checked the cover with the knife up in his belly up on a seat.
What did he say to you at that time?
He told me not to say a word about what I'd seen or heard to no one. About the disc and all. I was dead scared. The way he was looking at me, I thought, if I didn't go along with it, I'd get stuck with that knife too. Then he started asking me a load of questions. Like what my name was, where I lived and that. He asked about me being a driver too.
But after a while, what had happened in the carriage was noticed?
Yeah, that's right. First there was a kind of rapping noise. Then went boots and cats and boots and cats and boots and cats.
There were 2 gentlemen occupying the seats in the roof deck, I believe.
That's right. They must have looked down through the skylight and noticed the cove with the knife in his guts. When they screamed, the driver pulled up the horses and McGill had got me out of sight.
Up to sight? Where?
Back on the seat where I started off. Once the carriage came to an halt, the 2 covers from the roof ran off to fetch the slops.
They immediately left to fetch the police. It would appear they were entirely unrelated to the incident.
So that left McGilded, the driver, and you still on the scene.
Yeah, only the driver didn't know I was there because I was under the seat. I heard the cabin door open and a voice from outside.
The driver? Yes, he also testified in the trial, I believe. A fellow who went by the name Beppo, if memory serves.
What did McGilded and the driver say to each other?
don't know what happened and stuff like that, mainly.
Hold it!
A pawn shop obviously being Windebanks on Baker Street.
Just a moment, Counsel. Do you mean to tell me that the driver gave false testimony in that trial as well? Perhaps the excursion to the pawnbrokery slipped his mind when he took the stand. Indeed, Lord Van Zeeks.
McGillicuddy took off his coat and gave it to the driver. He folded it up, careful like, before I handed it over. When I saw him do that, I remember thinking, that coat and what's in it has got to be worth a few bob.
Yeah, Gina was sure the disc would be worth more than what Mr. Windebank was suggesting, wasn't she? I remember her quabbling with him over the price that afternoon at the pawnbrokery.
Driver looked pretty happy when McGillicuddy flashed some brass in his face and he went off running at a lick. And the bug trotter called to me and told me to come down from the drag's cabin.
Hold it!
But knew how exactly?
Told me I'd only be able to scupper if I did exactly what he said.
Which included giving false testimony in court 2 months ago.
Yeah, that's it. And there was one other thing he said.
Which was?
He told me I have to hang on to the ticket from the pawn shop and make sure not to lose it.
The ticket? Well, I never.
He said that if he didn't show up to get the ticket off me before the 2 months passed, I had to go to the pawn shop and pay money to keep it in a lug to stop it from being forfeited. He left me with some brass to pay for it.
But really, why on earth would Mr. McGillicuddy have done such a thing? Depositing his overcoat with a pawnbroker before the arrival of the police? It makes no sense at all.
There would seem to be only one logical explanation, my lord. What McGillicuddy had the driver deposit at Windebanks was something he didn't want the police to see. Something very important that he needed to hide at all costs.
Anyway, after that he let me go, so I legged it before the coppers showed up.
Well done, Gina. Can't have been easy to tell the truth like that.
She's really put her faith in you, Bruno.
Yeah, and to thank her, she'll have to face a charge of perjury once this trial's over. We need to use the time we have now to get as much information out of her as possible.
It's time to really go for it. Pressure on every statement.
Suppose I should.
Oh, and another thing.
What's that?
Take a look at those two. Isn't it strange that they've been whispering to each other for the entire time?
Yeah, that is strange. Looks like they're having a secret discussion about something. Not sure I'm completely comfortable with that. If there's anything I can do about it. I guess I'll try pressing all the statements again.
Hold it!
Just in case that changes something. I don't know how else I'd get their attention.
Excuse me!
Is there something you'd like to share with the court, Inspector Gregson and Mr. Graydon? Inspector! Mr. Graydon!
Blimey, you trying to give me a heart attack?
You've been whispering to each other for quite some time now. Tell us, what's the discussion about?
Discussion with this fella. Oh, pull the other one, sunshine. You think I've got anything to talk with this shady gent about?
And I have nothing to say to this uncouth detective after he deprived me of that disc that was rightfully mine. But they've clearly been talking as I've been cross-examining Gina. It's as if they've been negotiating.
Thank you, Mr. Strong. Thank you, Counsel. I've heard enough. I believe now we have a reasonable understanding of what actually transpired on the omnibus. It would appear that on the night 2 months ago, a negotiation was taking place at the omnibus. A negotiation concerning this disc, however, matters did not run smoothly. When the parties involved began to quarrel over price, McGillicuddy took what he wanted by force, at the expense of the other man's life.
Which proves my point. This disc is clearly extremely valuable in some way. Although I don't understand why. I don't understand why as yet. And 2 days ago, precisely 2 months after the omnibus incident, McGilded's coat and its contents were due to be forfeited.
I don't know what I should do with the ticket. I mean, the cub died right after his trial. I knew that.
So you decided you would try to claim the articles as your own.
But why not, eh? They're only going to be forfeited. Why shouldn't I have got them? Anyway, can't blame me for thinking about it. Thinking ain't no crime.
Miss Lestrade, it would appear Mr. McGilded was prepared to kill in order to take possession of this disc. You know why that would be?
I? Well, I ain't got a clue. But I reckon it must be worth a fair bit of brass. He was probably going to sell it. And you can't blame me for thinking that. Thinking ain't no crime.
My lord! My lord! The evidence your lordship requested has been located, sir, and it's on its way for the court's inspection.
The mysterious little box deposited by McGilded 2 months ago. There's no doubt in my mind that it's the key in this far-reaching puzzle. To be continued. To be continued. To be continued. The box will contain a finger. A severed finger. Trust.
So this is the article in question, is it? The small box deposited with the pawnbroker by Mr. McGilded 2 months ago.
And on the night of Mr. Windibank's murder, the only item on the shelves was that was touched by whoever broke into the shop.
Quick, quick! Let's open it and see what's inside.
Yep, it's a music box that plays the discs. Yep. I think I did say that, actually.
It's no ordinary box, it seems.
Wow, although, in truth, I had an inkling that might be the case. It appears the box houses a miniature music box movement.
Then, is it too much to expect?
I think it would be reasonable to assume that this is a device for playback of this disc, my lord.
So here we have the means to play back Mr. McGilded's disc deposited at Windibanks at much the same time.
Not strictly correct, my lord. It was not McGilded's disc. It was the disc of his victim on the omnibus.
Right, for heaven's sake! Are we to understand that the brickmaster was trying to sell this music box disc to Mr. McGilded?
I believe the answer will become clear if we listen to the music on the disc, my lord.
Yes, very well. Let the court now listen to this curious disc at last. Wait, my lord! But, grief, what's the meaning of this, Inspector? Music box and the disco, well, they're unrelated to the case. No need to spoil the somber atmosphere in the courtroom with some silly bit of music.
Objection!
This disc may very well be what motivated the culprit in this case to commit the murder. Clearly, there's every chance that it's fundamentally important to understanding what happened.
The prosecution has no objection. But no, that piece of evidence is police property now. You can't...
Clearly, Scotland Yard has some vested interest here. But it is policy of this prosecutor to leave no venues unexplored. No, avenues, sorry. And you, Inspector, have no jurisdiction here to prevent that from happening.
No further delays, please. Play the disc.
Wow, that is way smaller than I thought it was. Jesus. This shit sucks.
What on earth? That's certainly not what I would call music.
No. It's just the same note playing over and over again in an irregular sequence.
Mr. Graydon?
This is really, it really is priceless. After all that, the music box is broken. Broken? It can't be, can it? Well, obviously. In fact, I woun't be surprised if the officer sent to fetch it didn't drop it on the way back to the courtroom.
Well, with much regret. I feel the court must accept that this music box offers little in the way of clues. Are you ready to move on, Counsel?
Come on! Yes, alright. It does sound as though it's completely broken, but is it? Could this music emanating from the music box possibly be a new clue? It could be a clue. I believe that it could be relevant, my lord.
Good lord, but how can that be? It's an abomination, Counsel. Mere noise. I fail to see how it could have any meaning whatsoever.
Well, I mean, it could be code, you know? Beep, 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 beep. Does sound strange, I agree. Yeah, it could be Morse code? Maybe? There's one thing bothering me. While Graydon stands there chortling victoriously, the inspector beside him has a rather telling expression on his face. It's as if Gregson recognizes the sound, as if he's familiar with it somehow. And that's making him appear extremely on edge.
If that's the stance of the defense, my Nipponese friend, answer me this. Just what relevance do you propose this woeful chiming has on this case?
Not supposed to be music. Just because this is a music box, it doesn't necessarily mean the sounds we're hearing are music. Look at that. The smile vanished from Graydon's lips just as soon as I said it. I'm on the right lines here, I must be. It's Morse code, baby!
Make introductions based on how people react to what you say. You're acting just out of Hurley, Bruno.
Objection! The sounds we're hearing aren't necessarily music. Well, now that you've told us what they are not, I'm sure the court would like to hear what they are. Do enlighten us, my Nipponese friend. Well, sure you have an idea in mind, because if not, it will be the death of your ill-informed argument.
Exactly! The music box is clearly broken. Refusing to accept that fact is pure foolishness. They've got me. I don't know what the answer is. Yet.
But, Bruno, I just examined the music box very thoroughly. I'm fairly certain that it's not broken at all.
Really?
Really? That's the way it's been made. It can only produce a single note anyway.
Thank you, Iris. Alright, well, if the music box isn't broken, it must mean that the sounds it's producing have some significance that isn't musical. Ah! Could it be? Is that what those sounds are?
Something's just struck me, Bruno. I feel that recently in the past few hours, even. I've heard another sound very much like this one on the one this music box makes.
Yeah, it's a familiar sound. Actually, Iris, I was just thinking exactly the same thing.
You'll have to press the defense for an answer. If your assertion is that the sound produced by this music box is not in fact music at all, then what the devil is it, Counsel?
All the evidence we've seen so far, all the testimony we've heard, it's all pointing to one single answer now.
Prosecution demands that my learned Nipponese friend presents proof now. Tangible proof of this latest wild speculation.
All right, then. This could be the best chance I'm gonna get to fight back in this trial. And if I'm right, it's gonna join all the dots together. The evidence that explains the true nature of the sound of the music box disc is... Well, I thought we were gonna be like, it's actually Morse code! Let's see, let's read through carefully. Ministry Mole. Government secrets being leaked to foreign agencies. That could have something to do with it. I doubt that's unrelated. Completely. Evidence that explains the true nature of the sounds on this music box disc is... Maybe it is the newspaper now. I feel like that's the only thing that kind of relates to it. It could be Morse code revealing secrets to people.
Take that!
Oh my god, it is! Oh my god, it is! I'm a genius!
Today's paper, Counsel. The headline is Pawnbroker Paris's in Pick Purse Plunder. Hardly supportive for your cause.
No, my lord. I was hoping you'd look a little farther down the page.
Further down, Ministry Mole. Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. Oh yes, this is a very serious matter being investigated at the highest level, I understand. I have heard that international transmissions along supposedly secure lines are somehow being intercepted and leaked to various other countries. And presumably, those transmissions are in the form of wired telegrams. Oh my god, it's the beep, 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 beep. Well, I think that is... Isn't that still Morse code, I think? But it's being used by our telegrammers that we have in this very court. Juror number 5, your input, please.
Stop. Me, sir? Whatever is the matter?
You told the court before that you'd worked at the same communication station as Mr. Graydon, did you not?
Yeah, that's correct.
And that particular station where you work deals with government communications and newspaper reports?
Yes, we're not your run-of-the-mill communication station at all. Our work is extremely important.
Then tell me. This is not a very familiar sound.
You don't mean to say, is it?
That's right. It bears more than a passing resemblance to the sound made by your telegraph machine as you tap it. I believe it's called Morse code.
Yeah, baby! That's what I've been waiting for. That's what it's all about. Woo!
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but when it comes to leaking telegrams from government departments, there could be nobody more perfectly placed than a highly skilled communications officer.
Are you suggesting that the music box disc contains stolen government secrets in Morse code? Order, please, everyone, order! But this is high treason, Council, deserving of capital punishment.
Too much new vocabulary. What is this treason and what is capital punishment?
Sorts of words I'd half expect you to know.
For sovereign government's confidential information, hostile nations would surely pay almost any price.
Yes, and on that night 2 months ago, that was the very negotiation that was taking place inside the omnibus.
But in the end, McGill perished, and the all-important disc lay unclaimed at the pawnbrokery. My word!
In which case, whoever stole that information in the first place must surely have been beside himself with worry. Because if the disc were to be discovered before it found its way out of the country,
it would reveal an act of high treason, punishable by death.
So, the culprit had no choice but to retrieve it. In order to do that, he would have to gain entry to the pawnbrokery illegally in the middle of the night. Because the article left behind by Mr. McGilded would incriminate him too much if it got into the wrong hands. Isn't that right, Mr. Graydon? You think I've been stealing government secrets? Preposterous, absolutely preposterous!
So in response to the defense's accusation, you claim complete innocence, do you?
Well, of course I do! I've had to stand here in silence while that pretentious foreign lawyer was rattling away.
Objection! Then by all means counter the charges, sir.
The prosecution demands the witness testifies. The response to the accusations brought by the defense. Delighted, I'm sure.
The witness is reminded that the crime under scrutiny in this trial is the murder of the pawnbroker, Mr. Winterbank. That being a most flagitious offence for which the law of this land sanctions a capital punishment. From the heinous act of high treason is no less serious a crime. I urge you to bear that in mind as you testify, Mr. Graydon. So then, let us proceed. You may...
You gotta let us have a pork here, Governor. We got things to say.
I beg your pardon? Who do you think you are?
Name's Skulkin. Occupation is professional bandy.
Yeah, bingo Skulkin. We ain't managed enough to shut out our own motherland.
That's right. We're what they call the Three Skulkin Brothers.
Bad timing, fellas. Very bad timing.
A mere communications officer couldn't possibly steal confidential government information. Besides, the sound produced by that music box discs aren't even Morse code. It was some low-class brickmaker negotiating with McGilded anyway, was it not? Have no relation to the man.
Look, all we done is break into the gaff the other night like what he told us to do.
We know there was dodgy government secrets involved. We wouldn't have touched it. Yeah, Mr. and Mr. Skulkin.
Oh, Miss you, Governor. What's up?
Do I take it that you now admit to the crime, that on the night in question you did indeed gain entry to the premises illegally, and moreover you did so as a party of 3 in collaboration with Mr. Graydon here? We did, Gov, we did! Pipe down, please. What say you to that, Mr. Graydon?
I have no idea what these two ruffians are referring to.
Rather Getting us mixed up in all this muggy business. You never said nothing about no government secrets. It was supposed to be a straight-up job. And what about the geezer who shopping was, eh? Poor bloke didn't have to charge, did he?
Nice to know who your friends are. Whatever these men say, I deny the accusations.
Indeed. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting this little music box to become so significant in the proceedings. However, as it has, I will admit it into the court record as evidence.
Well, here we go again. So, is this new newspaper headline accurate? Government communications are being intercepted?
How could I possibly know?
What do you mean by that?
The important government communications are handled by high-level officers, by specialists. General members of staff in the station where I work would never be entrusted with sensitive information.
Oh no, must say something. Stop!
Let me guess, juror number 5.
We regular communication station officers aren't as lowly as you're being led to believe. A team of us are responsible for setting up and testing the telegraphs used by the ministry. And Mr. Graydon is the team leader.
That's fascinating.
Graydon is a highly skilled operator. Stop! Currently in presence of idols. Stop!
So you had access to the equipment used for these confidential communications, Mr. Graydon?
Well, what of it? The transmissions are always made behind closed doors, so they can't be heard. And in any case, all messages are sent in ciphered. Normal employees couldn't possibly understand them.
Oh no, stop! Must say something. Stop! Mr. Graydon regularly attends meetings with ministry technicians and ministry communications team. He assists them in ensuring that there are no errors in important international communications. And he's received the top prize at the cipher cracking convention 5 years in a row now.
That's fascinating.
Graydon is a highly skilled operator. Stop! Currently in presence of idols. Stop!
Well, your idol would appreciate it if you would keep your mouth shut!
She really should pick her idols more carefully.
I tell you, this lawyer's accusations are completely unfounded.
Hold
it! They're not? Anyone with a brain, that would be blatantly apparent on listening to the music box for even a few seconds. Oh, of course, of course. Surely it can't be that my learned friend is unfamiliar with Morse code.
She looks genuinely shocked at my ignorance.
I'd be even more happy to demonstrate the basics for you, sir.
A lesson here in court?
Morse code is a continuous series of 2 distinct tones.
Tones, you say?
Yes, a short dot and a long dash. By combining these in different ways, you construct letters.
I see.
For example, this is A, this is B. And when you listen to the sound produced by this music box, you only hear one tone, don't you?
It sounds so similar. The rhythm of it's the same in everything.
There's no discernible meaning to this apparent random sequence of sounds. So your assertion is fundamentally flawed. This is not Morse code.
Well, actually, apparently there's 2 discs, so I'm guessing there's one with short beeps and one with long beeps. And you put them together, and what do you get?
No! Really, you shouldn't be surprised. What did I tell you? The music box is nothing but a worthless piece of scrap. Perhaps you might consider studying your subject matter before casting aspirations in future. Aspersions.
Stop. Nothing to say, but stop.
Oh, it's so frustrating, isn't it?
Iris?
I mean, if the government secrets were somehow being leaked into using a music box, so many other things would slot into place so nicely.
There'd still be something I haven't considered. Would it really be impossible to use this music box somehow to play Morse code? What's this? Oh.
What is it, Bruno?
I just noticed something about this music box. Looks like the bottom opens up as well.
Oh, you're right. Oh, come on then. What are you waiting for? Let's open it.
Yep, it's double-sided. There's still every possibility that this music box was instrumental in leaking government secrets. That's the belief of the defense, at least.
Objection!
Yeah, show evidence, blah, blah, blah.
Does it please you in some way, my Nibonese friend, to repeat the same line of argument ad infinitum? It's already been established that to be mere Morse code, 2 tones are required, dots and dashes.
Yes, I'm well aware of that.
Then what? Well, it appears that the defense has a hypothesis to put forward. You had better present your idea at once, Counsel. How do you propose that this music box was, which appears to produce only a single note, could have been used to cipher secrets into Morse code?
Got it.
Good gracious! What am I looking at here? Another movement on the other side of the music box. What?
It appears, my lord, that the 2 movements are linked together. In other words, you can put 2 discs in the music box. And the sounds of both will play back at the same time.
Good heavens!
As the court has heard, Morse code comprises of 2 tones, a short dot and a long dash. With a second disc in place, this music box could be used to generate Morse code and convey a message. This is beyond a joke! I'm sorry. This poor excuse for a lawyer has absolutely no evidence to support his claims.
Of course. If my learned friend were able to present the court with the second disc, that would be another matter. Well?
I can't at the moment.
May I remind the court that, as the witness has pointed out, he was not the one in the omnibus with McGilded 2 months ago striking a deal over the disc or discs. Indeed, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker.
Exactly, I had nothing to do whatsoever with it.
Though it has holes, I must admit the argument presented by the defense has much promise. I believe the cross-examination could continue.
Oh dear, looks like you give your argument more strength, Bruno.
You will reiterate your testimony, if you please, Mr. Graydon.
If I must, though, I maintain exactly what I did at the start of this pointless cross-examination.
Hold it!
So, 2 months ago, in that omnibus, McGilded killed the brickmaker and stole the disc.
Mr. Mason was a single man with almost nothing to his name. It seems he lived in an artisan quarter some years ago, but people there remember little about him.
Doesn't make much sense, though, does it? How would a humble brickmaker come to acquire secret government information?
How indeed? There must have been somebody else involved behind the scenes of all this. Somebody required this and gave it to Mr. Mason.
In order to take it to the meeting with McGilded and negotiate a deal.
Dear me.
You may have it in for me, sir, but I assure you, I have far more class than that. If only I could find some evidence to link the 2 of them together.
Hold it!
Like Mr. Graydon told you to do, you mean?
That's it, yeah. Who else, eh? Silly me thought he was just popping over for now after them all these years, but the rot had a dodgy job for us. Yes.
Let me stop you there, Mr. Skulkin. After all these years, you say? Do you mean to tell me that Mr. Graydon is an acquaintance of yours?
Oh, we're the sociable kind of baddies, you know. Sure, let's say Graydon's an old China.
Excuse me.
Is something wrong, Mr. Skulkin?
Me?
No, the other Mr. Skulkin.
Me?
When your brother was testifying just now, he said something that seemed to cause you to react.
Oh, just remember the old days, that's all. We used to have a right old laugh together way back when.
Together with Mr. Graydon, you mean?
Yeah, with Ash. I mean, you look at him now with his fancy whistle and flute and you wouldn't have him believe it. But when we was younger, he was a poor part of town just like us.
Is that so?
But he was always a leery one. He had the brains, he had the savvy. Always come up with smart ideas like what we would never have gone through our heads.
God blimey, ain't that the truth? Remember when Middleton and Skulkin's milk run? Oh, that was a corker, eh?
Save it until after the trial. Your reminiscing has no place in this courtroom. And neither does your fruit.
Oh, the geezer asked us a question, didn't he? And we was answering.
Well, we ain't done nothing wrong. Nevertheless, the court was not prepared to accompany you on a trip down memory lane. Counsel, can we turn our attention back to the testimony, please?
I don't know. Would that sentimental story be relevant somehow? My lord,
Yes, counsel.
the brother's last sentimental statement could hold vital information relating to this case.
Very well. I'll permit the brothers to supplement their testimony with the detail. Briefly, I hasten to add. Say no more, Skulkin's never Skulkin.
Hold it!
I'm sure I'm gonna regret asking, but
What exactly was that? Some kind of business?
this is a scheme we had going back when we were youngsters. Bit of fun, really.
Delivering fresh milk to the locals, that's what it was all about.
That sounds alarmingly legitimate. There must be a catch. So, how did your little business work exactly?
Well, every morning down our way, the milkman would come with his cart to deliver milk, see? If you stuck your empties outside of your front door, he would leave you them full again, right?
So we swooped into action, got people to sign up with us. Promised to deliver milk for half the price of the other cases doing it. People couldn't wait to sign on the dotted line. We were raking it in, we were.
So, do you live on a dairy farm or something?
You're a minute. Are you off your rocker? We had nothing. We were too poor to have a farm.
Right.
No, what we was gonna do was simple. Once you had the idea, we just switch them over, see? Our customers' empties with the full ones from anyone who wasn't on our books. Judge, right?
I think you meant to say a diddle, and that's a crime.
It was just a harmless bit of fun, that's all.
In the general public in a fashion is most certainly not harmless, as you put it. Well, it was him what came up with the idea. Ash is the evil genius.
Be Mr. Graydon.
Yeah, Ash always had his head in the book when we was growing up. Said he was gonna get himself an education and get out of that slum we lived in.
Cool, we all ragged him about it, didn't we? Told him he was soft in the head to even think about it. But look at him now, he's only gone on to become some blinking communication officer, ain't he?
Communications officer, Skulkin.
Sholmes and Wilson's milk run.
No worries. Don't even think about it.
Ugh.
Swapping it over was highlighted. Okay, it was something that we really needed to know. The business name. So, this business was just a bit of fun, you say? And it was yourselves and Mr. Graydon involved?
Yeah, that's it.
Milverton in Skulkin's Milk Run, was it?
Yeah, that's it.
And where did the Milverton part come from?
Oh, right, I thought a clever clogs like you'd have worked it out. That is...
Enough of this! How much longer are we expected to listen to this drivel? I don't... Let me guess, you don't accept anything these two witnesses are saying? Tell me, why is it that it was only at the mention of the name Milverton that you decided to interject? Because well...
I wasn't the happiest of homes that we came from. Me, the old man was struggling for money so much his wife walking out on him. So he took the name Graydon then, see? Well, Ash will always be Milverton to us.
Milverton? So that used to be your surname, did it? Of course not. This is all bunkum. I've been a Graydon since I was born. You really think you can rely on the testimony of these two thieves, hmm?
You're a communications officer attached to the civil service. As such, your personal details would have been thoroughly checked at the time of your appointment. It would be a very simple matter indeed to subpoena the records, Mr. Graydon. Well, it would appear that Mr. Skulkin's testimony has been reliable for once. You were born Ashley Milverton, then. Is that correct?
Very well. Yes. So Ashley Graydon was once Ashley Milverton. That information could change things. And could turn out to be extremely important. All of a sudden we seem to... Yeah. So Milverton is the important part then. Okay. Ooh, is there anything referring to Milverton? Oh, the brickmaker's last name. Ah, 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 ah. Hee hee hee. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Hee hee hee. Ooh. Objection. Aha. Mr. Ashley Milverton. Tell me, why'd you try to hide your former name from the court? Because I haven't gone by that name for years. It means nothing to me. No, I don't think that's the real explanation at all. The truth is, you had a reason to hide that name.
Explain yourself, please, counsel.
Well, I have here the notes from the omnibus case, my lord. And as we all know, the victim, the man who we now understand to have been negotiating with McGilded.
Yes, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker.
That's right. Only Mason wasn't his surname at all. It was his given name. His full name was Mason Milverton.
Milverton? You mean to say that Saint's alive?
Mr. Ashley Milverton, is it not the case that the brickmaker Mr. Mason Milverton was your father?
I don't. As I believe I mentioned earlier, your family history will have been thoroughly checked when you joined the civil service. And it really would take no time at all for the court to subpoena those records.
The truth is, you have been illegally acquiring highly confidential government information. And selling it onto Mr. McGilded in collaboration with your father. The new facts and evidence unveiled by this cross-examination of the witness all come together to reveal the truth.
The truth, you say? That you collaborated with your father, Mr. Mason Milverton, in illegal dealings with Magnus McGilded.
By dint of this music box, you mean, Counsel?
Yes, stealing information being sent in secret government communications and selling it to Mr. McGilded. Mr. Graydon concocted this elaborate scheme of using 2 music box discs to encode the information, as presumably a safety measure against the information falling into the wrong hands.
A very effective one. I shouldn't have given the scheme any credence whatsoever.
The deal with McGilded went sour and the brickmaker met his end. Yeah, but before he was arrested, McGilded managed to temporarily dispose of the stolen disc at the pawnbroker. Then, having learned of the situation, you appeared at Windibanks 2 days ago in an attempt to recover the 2 articles McGilded had placed in pawn there. But that attempt failed. One of the discs was seized by the police, and the other you never found. So that same night, you enlisted the help of the Skulkin brothers and broke into the pawnbrokery. This time, determined to recover the second disc.
Are you suggesting the second disc was inside the music box? But we never knew nothing about that.
On the night that Mr. Windibank was killed, the intruder to the pawnbrokery touched one item and one item alone, the music box.
As rather ingeniously demonstrated using the 2 prints from the security camera, indeed.
So the question then naturally begs answering is this. Why was only that one article disturbed? The answer is obvious, because it contained the second disc, which the intruder was desperate to retrieve. Since, if it were to fall into the hands of the police, it would be proof of high treason. Well, Mr. Graydon, do you deny that all of this actually began on that fateful night 2 months ago? I refuse to accept any of this nonsense. Hey, his arm's bleeding now. Sir? There appears to be blood seeping through the sleeve of your jacket. What? 2 nights ago, we know that the 3 shots were fired at the scene of the crime in Windibank's pawnbrokery. One took the life of the pawnbroker himself. One struck the pouch around Mr. Shome's waist. And the final bullet struck the calendar on the wall of the shop, having first pierced the arm of one of the intruders. Mr. Graydon, that wound on your arm that you seem to be trying to hide, it's a bullet wound, isn't it? He's got you now, me old China.
Time you got it quick, China.
Quick and croak, I reckon. Don't acknowledge my presence there under any circumstances whatsoever. Those were my terms, remember? And I paid you handsomely to comply. Clearly I was fooled to think I could trust some common backslum thieves. Fine, I admit it. I was there in Windibanks that night. I paid this pair 10 guineas to accompany me. And as you've noticed, I sustained an injury in the course of my ventures. Is he gonna come up with some bullshit, or are we done? But that is all. I admit to nothing more. Stealing government secrets and negotiating with Mr. McGilded. As God is my witness, I'm sure I recall nothing of the sort. He's not gonna go down without a fight. Until I can somehow show hard evidence, I suppose. Nevertheless, the defense has now established a crucial fact. Which is... well, we know that the one bullet was fired from each of the 2 firearms we have in evidence. The bullet from the Skulkin brothers' gun hit the pouch around Shome's waist. And the bullet from Mr. Windibank's gun clearly must have been the one that caught Mr. Graydon on the arm.
indeed it must, we can rule out the possibility that the man shot himself.
And that leads us to the only conclusion. Mr. Windibank was shot by a third gun. Which can only have been fired by the third intruder.
Goodness! Holy shit! I can't believe it!
That's right, Mr. Graydon. The only person who could have possibly have shot Mr. Windibank that night is you!
Hold it.
You little upstart. You made a grave mistake when you summoned me here. What? What's that supposed to mean? Yes, as you rightly say, I was there at the pawnbroker's. I did my best to hide the fact, naturally. I had no intention of ruining this distinguished career I'd built myself at the communication station. But did the thought never cross your mind? Did you never consider the possibility? What do you mean? Possibility that if I were there at the scene, I may have witnessed the crucial moment. You see, this makes me a key witness in this case, and I have my hands firmly around the neck of your client. What?
Are you suggesting?
I saw it all. I saw the very moment that pickpocket girl pointed the gun at the poor defenseless pawnbroker and shot him. You... what?
Order! Well, it would seem then... It would seem we are finally entering the last act of this theatrical trial.
Mr. Graydon? Yes? I trust you are fully aware of the implications here. If it is shown that your claim is false, you will be incriminated yourself as the killer. Oh, I understand fully.
Then I must ask you to give your formal testimony once more. You will explain to the court that precisely what you saw at the moment the defendant allegedly shot the victim.
Nothing would give me greater pleasure. Oh boy. While those ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance to the shop. When Windibank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though. The accused in a black coat shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. I saw blood splatter all over that wretched girl. Then she tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape.
Good gracious, this is quite extraordinary testimony. You claim, sir, under oath, to have clearly seen the defendant pulling the trigger.
Hold on, fellers. I gotta quickly pay a little money to my parents. I got a little groceries. Probably gonna try and keep it easy on spending money now, because, you know, practically spent pretty much $1,000 on all my Switch 2 proceedings, including the Metroid Prime 4 now, so gonna try keep it easy, maybe. So hopefully that Yoshi's Woolly World game that got leaked by well, it didn't get leaked. It got soft confirmed by Nintendo themselves in the Switch U Direct. You can look it up. They showed, when they were showing Nintendo Switch games, they showed a new box art for Yoshi's Woolly World. So we know that's coming. We were speculating it might be announced via Nintendo today. So if it is real, I hope it's like fucking like $80, maybe not like 100, please.
Please? Please don't be that much.
Order, order, order! Wasn't my intention to testify in this way.
But neither is it my intention to be found guilty of a murder I didn't commit. So you see, my hand has been forced. I tell the truth now as an act of self-preservation.
The truth?
Until now, the prosecution was completely unaware of these details. Yeah, well, sorry about that.
Having shot me in the arm, the pawnbroker was then shot in the back by the accused. And as I said, she was showered in his blood.
You say the blood was splattered over the accused's coat. Are you sure on that point?
Oh, yes, quite sure. All over the black overcoat that pickpocket girl was wearing at the time.
Really? There could somehow be shown to harbor vestiges of blood. That would be conclusive evidence here. Such an investigation is entirely possible, my lord.
What?
Only very recently, a German scientist has developed a technique to identify human blood. So here's to true science, not some amateurish detective's dubious foray into the world of chemistry.
There's nothing dubious about Hurley's work. His ideas are all sound.
Ideas are of no use to us here. In science, as in law, theories must be proven before they stand. In Germany, the technique has already been employed in the courtroom as the basis of evidence. Scotland Yard has a small quantity of the chemical reagent used, with your lordship's permission. We could shatter all vestiges of doubt within minutes.
This doesn't look good, Bruno.
Why not?
Well, we know, don't we, that there is blood all over the front of Ginny's coat. If they tested with their chemicals...
No help, you're right! I was forgetting what happened yesterday. Yep. But we were thinking that, you know, it's the blood from the day in the omnibus, not... Well, it is, but, you know. Now we gotta argue these claims. My lord, the defense objects to the test proposed by the prosecution.
Overruled. Lord Van Zeeks, make it so at once. With pleasure, my lord. And while we await the results, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination.
Yes, my lord.
Your cross-examination?
Of course, my lord. This cross-examination doesn't go well. If I don't uncover some decisive evidence or a really compelling clue now, I have a very bad feeling about the outcome of this trial. While these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance of the shop. Mr. Winterbank emerged from the storeroom, I believe. Ringo and Nash were scouring the scouring the counter when he suddenly appeared and flew at them. He already had the revolver in his hand, fortunately. I wasn't too close.
I've never been so scared all my life. Yeah, we was just your regular mild-mannered burglars, that's all. We don't like violence.
This is the pair who carry a gun. What do you mean when you say you were near the entrance to the shop?
I was in the doorway, running my eyes over the shelves of forfeited items.
Looking for the music box, of course.
The broker went for Nash in the first place.
Then Ringo joined in, making it 2 against 1, so I assumed they could handle the situation. But I was wrong.
Trying to help me, you bruv, but the old geezer chucked me over the blooming counter.
So I pulled my gun on the old fella, and that soon made him scarper.
The pair of you setting up the poor defenseless pawnbroker together, shame on you! Shall we go?
Hold it!
Really, that's the moment you were shot?
Yes, though I didn't immediately realize what had happened, of course. Things crashed to the floor from the counter as the three men were brawling. It was at that exact moment it happened, so I didn't hear the gunshot. And the bullet went on to strike the calendar on the wall behind you. So it would appear. When I looked at my arm, I saw it was bleeding badly, so I wrapped my handkerchief around it. Seeing as I couldn't explain what had happened to the doctor, I had no choice but to wait for it to heal. I didn't imagine it would still be bleeding 2 days later. Did Mr. Winterbank intend to shoot you, do you think? Well, now, I don't imagine he even noticed I was there, to be honest. Perhaps the gun went off accidentally. Anyway, it didn't quite strike home. When I pulled my gun on him, he tried to shove me out of the way.
He sharpened through that jaw in the back. At which point, what did you do?
Hold it!
You chased after him?
I don't recall the reason why, but I ran after him to the back of the shop. And what about this peephole in the door you mentioned?
Well, she brought him to the storeroom's door. It's a sort of job made of stout wood. There's a small opening on it at the head height that lets you see what's going on from the outside.
See, I should know that, shouldn't I? I looked through it myself that night. What about you, burgling brothers? Did you see what went on through this peephole as well?
Not likely, Gov. You see nothing of the sort, Gov.
Doubt these two buffoons were even aware of the peephole's existence. So the Skulkin brothers were there, but they didn't see the killing of Mr. Winterbank take place. The girl raised her gun and pointed it straight at the man.
And then what did you see next?
Hold it!
Yes, when the crime was discovered, the defendant was found with a gun in her hand. But that was Mr. Winterbank's gun, from which only a single bullet had been fired. As we've already established, Mr. Graydon, that bullet was fired at you. Oh, but no, it wasn't the broker's gun that the pickpocket girl had when I saw her. Yes, the bullet from Winterbank's gun grazed my arm. And yes, the Skulkin's gun grounded the detective. But this was another gun entirely. A third gun.
The broker's gun was not the murder weapon, so clearly there had to be a third firearm involved. In other words, the accused must have had her own gun with her at the time.
Objection!
But no other gun was found at the scene. Calm yourself, counsel. Sorry. Must consider the events in order. At first I saw the broker and the girl glaring at each other, but then, all of a sudden, the broker turned and ran. And it was at that moment that the little gutter rat shot him in the back.
A chilling image, I must say.
Brr, brr.
Hold it!
Over her? Yes, through the peephole. I saw it clearly. Of course, the stains are invisible now, not with the coat being such a dark color. But I assure you that garment is sullied with the victim's blood. Well, it is sullied with blood, that's for sure.
That's not Mr. Winterbank's blood, is it?
No, that's right.
It's Mr. Mason Milverton's blood from when McGilded stabbed him 2 months ago.
So annoying. If only they'd accept Hurley's chemical analysis, we could prove it.
They won't, so unfortunately we can't use it as evidence to support our case.
Bother.
We only have a picture of her, right? We only have a picture of Woodbeck.
If only they had taken a proper picture of the whole scene.
Hold it!
Did I hear you correctly? She threw the gun out of the room? That's right, after the pawnbroker fell to the floor, she started walking over.
Where exactly?
In the direction of the storeroom door, to where I was watching. Of course, I quickly retreated, and then the girl dropped the gun through the peephole onto the floor on my side of the door.
But why on earth would she do such a thing?
I couldn't tell you. Perhaps she was hoping to distance herself from the murder weapon. Without thinking, I went and picked it up. I suppose I was worried about just leaving it there in case any more tragedies took place. So it was you, in fact, who took the third gun from the scene of the crime? Yes, it was yours truly. I left the clear up to my lackeys and left. Clear up?
We made a bit of a mess around the counter, so Mr. Whistle and Flute here told us to tidy up. Think she's our blooming mum sometimes.
Well, I was paying you enough, by God. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket?
You little toe rag!
What? Okay. You're like a bull at a gate, aren't you? Okay. Hey, what's happening? Gentlemen!
Something's wrong, Sunshine.
That should be my line! You do realize you were just violently shaking Mr. Skulkin.
Behind me, the G's a bit of a hooligan, ain't he?
What was going on just now?
You saw me grab me whistle. What the blazes you said? Didn't you mention the third gun when we got you down to the station?
And why didn't you?
Because we didn't know nothing about it. All that flaming people on the door.
Yeah, sorry about that. I can be prone to losing my rag sometimes. Not hurt, are ya?
God, blimey. See the way he's looking at me? I'm telling you, this G giving me the willies.
That was strange. The inspector doesn't normally get quite worked up as that. You wouldn't normally grab someone.
No, that wasn't like Quixie at all. It's normally all sweetness and light, no matter what I say to him.
Yeah, well, I think it might be a special case, Iris.
Well, anyway, that was definitely out of character.
Requesting your lordship's permission to accept the cross-examination. Explain yourself, officer. And the results of the test that was ordered earlier, my lord.
Ah, the blood. On the accused's overcoat.
Thank you, officer. Very well, the cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objection, counsel?
No, my lord.
Well, there you have it.
The report, please, Inspector.
Yes, sir. Traces of human blood were found on the overcoat of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. From the extent of the stains, it would appear that they were the result of splattering following a gunshot wound. In the report. Goodness me! Brr, brr, brr.
See? What did I tell you?
Objection!
No! The blood on that coat is not Mr. Windibank's.
What on earth makes you say that, counsel?
The coat originally belonged to Magnus McGilded. Not before, just before his coat was deposited at Windibanks, Mr. McGilded had fatally stabbed Mr. Mason Milverton. So the blood on that overcoat is the blood of the brickmaker from the omnibus case.
Objection!
Well, the dead cannot speak. Isn't that right, my Nipponese friend? Sorry? 2 months ago, in this very courtroom, did you not argue fervently for Mr. McGilded's innocence? And yet, now that the man is dead, you brand him as a murderer. Your conduct shatters any shred of respect you may have earned yourself in this country. But that was...
I call it a belly disgrace. Treachery is what it is.
How to determine whether the blood on that coat is 2 months old or not? Even a stereoscope couldn't help answer that. Answer that problem, Pop Out. It can't be done.
But... We use Mr. Shum's specially formulated chemicals.
Mr. Jones is a detective, not a chemist.
Would you put such faith in a chemical formula devised by me, for example, when I'm a communications officer?
I held out Brodsky to a starving boy and they ran away crying.
Sherlock Sholmes is barely more than a figment of the public's imagination. His name carries no weight in this courtroom. No weight at all. How could you say that? Victory is sweet indeed. And this proves that my testimony is the whole truth from start to finish.
How do you arrive at such a conclusion, sir?
As the witness said, the accused's coat was spattered with blood of the victim. The only way Mr. Graydon could have possibly have known that fact is if he saw it happen. In other words, his testimony is solid, and the conclusion is singular. It was the accused who shot the victim in this case. That is the whole truth.
Been a lot in battle, this one, but this old war horse has something to say now, if you please. Mr. Foreman, as of this moment, sir, the squadron has reached its final decision. Ready, men? All one now!
Sir!
Guilty.
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 Joe!
Might it would appear that the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached a unanimous verdict.
The defense has consistently failed to unpick this witness testimony. Here's to any attempt you may make at unpicking the jurors' decisions being equally successful. Ugh. Ugh. I don't believe it after I've come so far. How's it all unraveling on me so fast? Well, poop. I was thinking we gotta prove that Sholmes' technique is truthful, and his partner was a chemist. So's his daughter, actually. How very distressing. Be held in such low self-esteem. Such low esteem. Well, we know who this is.
To be held in such low esteem. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Officer, you've delivered the report now. That will be all, thank you. It occurs to me with some regularity, Mr. Naruhodo, that scientific truths are determined not by science, but by none other than the human mind.
I know that voice. Am I going mad? Mr. Sholmes?
What is the meaning of this?
Bro, looking so fucking fruity like that. Goddamn.
Order, order, order! What business do you have here, detective? Last I heard, you were recuperating in a hospital. Oh, well, as well I would, had I not been set upon an errand. What errand?
Only, it's really you, you'll make it last!
Yes, good day, Iris. I appear to be rather late to rise. My apologies. Now, my lord, if you will humour me. In what manner, sir? I have something of great importance I wish to give to the young lawyer over there. I need no more than 5 minutes. Would you be so kind to spare us the time? What say you to this, Lord Van Zooks? This trial has taken many hours of the court's time, having spent so long already. Exactly! Having spent so long already, we don't want to go wasting any more precious time. As I was saying, having spent so long already, it would be churlish to deny the defense a mere 5 minutes. Nay! Very well then, counsel. You have 5 minutes.
Yeah, look at our team.
My dear fellow, I apologize for my tardy arrival.
Mr. Sholmes, are you all right now?
All right, I'm all wrong.
Sorry.
Never really just managed to summon the strength to stand, man. I asked the judge for 5 minutes. But I fear even that may prove too much for me. Pray forgive me if I should pass out.
Let's make this discussion as short as possible.
Harley, this place is full of idiots. None of them see how wonderful your chemical blood analysis is.
Ah, well, that concoction of mine was really just a bit of sport to assist me in my investigations. I never took the trouble to refine it for appraisal by the scientific community, and oversight on my part.
Right. Modesty? Surely not.
But enough of that. I'm here to give you this, my dear fellow.
What's that? Lavender Feroshki wrapping?
Oh, a leaving present from Miss Susato.
From Miss Susato?
If possible, matters were to be settled without me giving you this. Those were her instructions when she asked me to do her this favor.
I don't understand.
Miss Susato foresaw today's events, I believe. She knew the culprit would attempt to escape justice by both devious and underhand. And that you, Mr. Naruhodo, fighting fairly as you are, won't, as you are wont to do, would find yourself in considerable peril. At that very moment of crisis, you were to be given this small parcel. Those were the dear lady's instructions.
A leaving present from Susato-san. Whatever could it be?
What is this?
Oh, it's a machine I made.
Ugh.
The cat door opener. Oh my god. What are we gonna do for that? What? What do we do with that? What the hell? Oops.
What's Susie up to?
Miss Susato muttered the following words before she left. I'm a failure. I don't deserve to be a judicial assistant.
What? Didn't she say something like that? Whatever did she mean by that, Mr. Sholmes?
That night, when you left Mr. Winterbanks in pursuit of the thieves, Miss Susato made use of this contraption for a certain purpose. That is your answer, my dear fellow.
There was no peephole on the door. There was no peephole on the door. That peephole is the cat flapper-matic! Oh my god. Oh my god. Ain't no way. Susato-san used this cat flapper-mat that night? But why?
Your 5 minutes is over.
We're out of time already? Are we doing an examination summation? Or, yeah, one of those? Or are we continuing with the witness stuff? Because that gives us a great little thing for us to do.
I'm grateful to you for affording us that brief recess, Mr. Reaper. I need no thanks, Detective. After all, the die is cast. Is it really? The jurors are unanimous in their leanings. No doubt my learned friend will consider a summation examination. But any attempt to alter the verdict now would be utterly futile. I wonder... Mr. Naruhodo! Yes? The rest is down to you, my dear fellow. What is your plan?
Further cross-examination. Further cross-examination.
Objection!
The jurors have spoken. Protocol dictates that you may not cross-examine a new witness now.
The defense is not asking for the cross-examination of a new witness, rather to continue with one of an existing witness.
What? It would appear that a rather important detail has escaped your attention, Mr. Reaper.
Yeah, he put it on hold as well. I forgot about that. It got suspended.
Nobody can say anything then. If Bruno asked to resume his cross-examination of Mr. Graydon.
And the court is obliged to allow it. This is absurd. I would remind those present that this is my courtroom. I concur that the defense is entirely within its rights to request the continuation of the cross-examination. However, I will not permit an unremitting protraction of these proceedings. Therefore, I have decided to afford the defense one final opportunity in concluding the cross-examination. Counsel, you must choose but one statement from the witness's testimony, and but one piece of evidence to present in support of your argument against it.
A single chance? Let me just, save real quick. I mean, we know what piece of evidence. I just need to see the testimony again. Probably the one referring to the hole.
If by following that the situation remains unchanged, I shall move to adjudication. Is that clear, counsels? You will not press the witness any farther. My lord.
Yes, my lord.
A single statement and a single piece of evidence. Most generous. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, it's high time I fell in a dead faint. I leave this in your capable hands.
Mr. Sholmes!
Good night, everyone. Bye-bye.
Me. Alright, well, before we do that, I'm sure you heard that on the mic. Maybe, actually, I don't know. This new mic does cut out a lot more than the old one. But I will be right back. I'll be very quick, though. So, give me a moment, everybody. I'll put on music as well. On the slab. Sorry, I was gone way longer than I thought I would be. Helping put groceries away, you know the gist. Skibba-da-ba, skibba-ba-da-ba, skibba-da-ba, ba-ba-ba-da-ba-ba-da. Let me just put my drinks in my fridge and then we'll keep going. 3 hours. Very good, very good. We're on track, and it feels like we're right here at the end. Man, flippin' frickin' fucking tastic. Wow, oh, wow, oh, wow, oh, wow, 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 wow. All right. Let's go. Let's go, gamers. Wait, hold on. Before we go. Oh my god, my fucking fingerprint shit is not working. It's very muggy in here. It's pretty cold outside in the rain, but in here it's pretty muggy. Okay. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go.
To stand so insolently.
What is that word?
Insistently before the court in a state of such high fever. Either the man has extraordinary strength of mind or an extraordinary lack of feeling. I imagine he's feeling very little now. The detective is sleeping soundly in one of the antechambers.
Strike a man when he's down, why don't you?
Well then, counsel, are you fully prepared?
Yes. One statement, one piece of evidence. All right. Give it a save. Here we go.
Oh, well, Mr. Stubbs, or Iris.
I present my lawyer band, because I'm a lawyer, which means I win. I won't waste this final chance that Susato-san has given me. This is going to decide the entire outcome of the trial.
Very well, then. Under the terms I have outlined, you may resume the cross-examination.
All right. Ooh, shit.
Objection!
Yep. I knew it.
What on earth is that eccentric contraption, Counsel?
Oh, it's my cat flapper mat. My lord, it makes a way for cats to get in and out of a room. It can cut through any door you can think of and make a new little door in the middle of it.
That's right, my lord. It's a device for creating so-called cat flaps. Small doors for cats to come and go as they please.
I'm sure we can all figure that out for ourselves.
But that cat lover's contrivance has no possible relevance to this case. Oh, really? Of course it doesn't. To start with, there was no cat flap in the pawnbroker's door.
Not being a keeper of cats myself, I'm afraid I fail to see what this has to do with the matter at hand.
Perhaps it would help if I described its function another way, then. This contraption is able to create a peephole in any door you can imagine in practically no time at all.
But, beg your pardon, peephole, you say?
2 nights ago, we arrived at the scene only minutes after the murder of Mr. Windibank had taken place.
That's right. According to the paperwork at the yard, it was you, your Japanese assistant, and Jones.
Yes, the 3 of us were together, and it's recently come to my attention that my assistant made use of this device at the time.
Your assistant did what?
There was a peephole in the storeroom door. I can attest to that. Because I looked through the peephole myself in order to see see inside the locked storeroom.
This is ludicrous. What are you trying to say? Of course there was a peephole in the door. I said as much in my testimony.
How else would I have witnessed the crime, for pity's sake? Yeah, how could you?
What? Counsel, kindly say what you mean.
All right, it's time. Make the final blow. What I mean is this, my lord. My assistant made the peephole in the storeroom door, and until such time as she did, the door had no hole in it to look through.
What? No!
Objection!
This is a farce. Are you really suggesting the peephole in the door was...
Yes, it was created only after the incident had taken place, by my judicial assistant using this device.
Your assistant tampered with the crime scene whilst being fully aware of the gravity of her actions? This is the most serious act of vandalism.
For which I humbly apologize, my lord. It was in the few minutes that I had left the scene in order to pursue the Sulkin brothers and alert the police. Nevertheless, in the light of this new information, it becomes apparent that Mr. Graydon's testimony is riddled with holes.
Riddled with... Explain yourself!
Well, if there's no fucking peephole, how is he gonna look in to see the murder, you idiot? The majority of Mr. Graydon's testimony that appears to incriminate the defendant is based upon what he witnessed through the peephole in the storeroom door. Yes, that filthy girl shooting the man in the back. However, if at the time of the incident, that peephole did not yet exist in the door, there's no possible way that you could have seen what you claim to have seen. In short, your entire testimony is a pack of lies!
Order, order, order! Is there any credence in this revelation?
Objection!
None whatsoever, as my learned friend must surely realize.
Exactly, it's just some cheap trick designed to discredit me. I'm afraid not, sir. Of course it is. Do you seriously expect people to believe that plaything can cut through a solid wooden door?
Oh, yes, I designed it to be very powerful. It can cut through even the most toughest of doors.
That's absurd. I don't believe it for a second.
Yeah, I had a feeling you'd say that.
What?
Raggy, curry, time for dinner.
There he is!
Well,
Young lady, this is the Old Bailey. One does not make cat flaps in the oak paneling at the Old Bailey.
I'm not done yet. You don't worry. This doesn't mean that the people in the storeroom door at Winterbanks was made using your machine. And there's no way you can prove that it was.
no, but it's easy.
What?
The cat flaps make all a fixed size. And the dimensions of the peephole at Winterbanks are the exact match. Old Silky's lost for words.
Excellent work, Iris. Thank you.
Now it's my learned student friend's turn to be lost for words, I feel. I believe your judicial assistant has already left the country for your Eastern Island home.
Well, yeah, that's true.
And you may have some difficulty in establishing all of the facts.
For the sake of the argument, let us assume the people has dimensions that are perfect fit for this contraption. In that case, when was the people cut? The prosecution demands proof of your answer.
What is the purpose of your line of inquiry, Lord Van Deeks?
It's very simple, my lord. The defense argues that the people was created after the incident using this device. Hold on. No peephole. Oh my god, I can't believe I didn't notice that. There was no peephole right there. You can see it from this photo right away. There's no peephole!
But now that the perpetrator has returned to her native land, she cannot testify to the fact.
There's no proof.
And it's as long as the defense remains unable to prove when the peephole was made, my learned friend's claim amounts to nothing more than a baseless accusation.
What?
Indeed, that is so, Lord Van Deeks. Well, counsel?
Yeah.
Don't give up now, Bruno. This is the time to create your own opening and force your way through.
I don't know if I can do this, but I do know one thing. Sarah-san, the greatest judicial assistant in the world. Oh, she is that thing that I said.
Very well, the counsel for the defense will present evidence to support the claim made.
What are you? A print from the detective's infernal cameras again? My judicial assistant, Miss Susato Mikatoba, is an extremely intelligent and capable woman, which is why I never had any cause to doubt that she would have considered this scenario and made sure I had the necessary proof.
And the necessary proof is this photographic print, counsel?
This print shows the scene of the shop moments after the defendant entered the premises.
Agreed. It also shows the accused mercilessly wielded a gun in the direction of the defense's broker.
But, more to the point, it pictures the storeroom door in the background.
Let me see that print again. I don't believe it. This really is quite remarkable. The door to the storeroom is completely devoid of a peephole of any description.
Mr. Graydon? You couldn't possibly have witnessed the crime as you claim to have done, because at the time it happened, there was no peephole in the door. In other words, your testimony is a catalog of lies. The audio was delayed on that slam.
Order! I am satisfied that the defense has substantiated its claim beyond all reasonable doubt.
Yes. I'm finishing this first.
The witness's testimony was entirely fallacious. Fallacious? Fellatio! I demand it now. That's not the only thing we know beyond all reasonable doubt. My learned friend's assistant's guilt can no longer be denied. The woman tampered with the crime scene. But more importantly... Good lord, there's more Van Zeeks. The defense may have established a reprehensible instance of perjury. But that is no proof that this man is the victim's killer.
Yes, that's right. What? I was there at the scene. It's true. And I was shot in the arm. It's true, but that's all. Yes, in fact, if you look at the circumstances, I'm the victim here.
No, please. No!
I don't believe this. But they're right, as it stands now. I don't have any definitive proof that he's the culprit.
Still, he can't worm his way out of it now.
Iris?
You know what they say? There's no point in knocking the cat's door after the cat has bolted. Ain't that right, Bruno? As Early always says, one neighbour gets another. No, wait. Well, that might have been a line I wrote for him in one of my stories.
Well, no matter who said it first, you're right. Mr. Graydon, not only did you give false testimony to the court, but the lies you told make no sense.
Make no sense. What do you mean by such a remark?
What you said in your testimony reveals that you know something you shouldn't have known. In other words, there's a fundamental inconsistency in your statements.
What?
Objection!
This is provocative talk, counsel. Won't you enlighten the court? Explain this alleged inconsistency.
Alice was right. One lie begets another. The inconsistency is revealed by the lies in the witness's statements. They show that Mr. Graydon had knowledge of something he shouldn't have known anything about. Namely, the third gun. Oh, yeah. Wait, no, he can't have known about the peephole either. But we did talk about it. The third gun also works. I feel like these all kind of work. But I think it's the bloodstains on the coat. I think the other two are just there to mess me up. He shouldn't have known about the bloodstains on the coat. The bloodstains that were present on Miss Lestrade's coat.
That's right. The victim's blood splattered all over her when she shot him.
But how could you possibly have known that?
Obviously, because I saw her do it through the peephole in the...
The point is not that you lied in your testimony, Mr. Graydon. It's the nature of the lie you concocted that is so revealing.
You're not making any sense.
Let me ask you a simple question. How is it, Mr. Graydon, that you knew of the existence of the peephole in the storeroom door?
What? Well, obviously,
Has the cat got your tongue, witness?
The peephole in the door was made after the incident occurred. And once I returned to the shop, having failed to catch the two burglars. So you're telling me the peephole and the blood would have worked? Or was it just like the blood befits the peephole afterward? I don't know. Anyway, Scotland Yard's investigators arrived immediately. Since that time, the police have been at Windibanks, constantly carrying out their investigation. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson?
Yeah, of course. The boy's shop full of pawned articles, and my lads have been thoroughly examining it all. So I gave the order to have officers working around the clock in shifts, so we got through it all.
And consequently, there's no way that you, Mr. Graydon, could have gained access to the shop. Therefore, you should have known nothing about the peephole in the storeroom door. So the fact that its existence forms the basis of your testimony is completely inexplicable.
Objection! And yet, the fact remains that Mr. Graydon did maintain that he witnessed the crime take place through the peephole in the door. How on earth is that possible? Can I have a word, please, Your Vengeance? Speak, Inspector. It's just that I really ought to be getting back to the station now to put in my report.
Back, just saw the Minecraft movie. Wait, did it come out today? Wait, is it out already? I thought it was like a few months off. Real? Huh. It's got 83% apparently, but on the reviews. How'd you like it? Yeah, April 4th, USA. Was it as bad as we were anticipating? Or was it actually kind of not that bad? It's so ass. Okay, never mind. Chicken Jackie.
Flint and steel!
The Ender Pearl.
As we were anticipating. If you had to spoil one part of the movie that was the worst in your opinion, what was the worst offender in the movie that made you, like, groan audibly or something to that effect? What was your least favorite part? Spoilers, I guess. But I want to know.
There's really nothing more I can add to this testimony, so if it's all the same to you... Permission denied. No. It's not all the same to me, Inspector. Not at all. You will remain exactly where you are until this trial concludes. Of course, sir.
Mr. Graydon? You shouldn't have known about the existence of that peephole. Which can only mean that you must have been informed about it by somebody else.
Gregson? Gregson? What have you been up to, lad? Objection!
But I don't think it's Gregson. I think it's the fucking high priest of the court. What's his name? Male Strongheart. There's nothing particularly terrible. It's just lacking every way that could make it good. Oh, I see. Did you point at the screen in Pog when he said, Chicken Jackie? Because I would do that. What do you think is the ugliest design? Do you think we've seen it? If you had to... I don't know. I'm just curious. Because I'm not going to see it in cinemas. I'm going to wait for the... wait for it to come out on streaming. The zombies are really ugly. I fucking hate that baby zombie. That baby zombie is like the fucking worst thing I've ever seen in my life. I genuinely despise it. Some of the early concepts for like the spiders and stuff that we saw looked really cool in the concept art. Okay. Best looking thing then. What's the most positive thing you can say about it? It exists. Jack Black is funny. That is all. Best part of the movie is the villager goes to the real world. You know what? I was gonna bring that up in the trailer where he gets ran over by the car. But does he pipe that lady? Does the villager get some lay down some pipe? That shit is peak. Okay. Absolutely, he does. Oh my god, let's fucking go. Absolutely, let's go. God, I wish it was just like actual Minecraft graphics. I think that would just make the movie so much better if it was legitimately just like fucking Minecraft assets. Even if they use like the new shaders that they're developing, which I got to test earlier today. If it looked like that, it would look better. Ugh. What I would give for somebody's gonna remake the entire movie in like just normal Minecraft, and it's gonna be better. Trust me, they're gonna do it. I bet somebody's already fucking started on it. I hate how the creepers are hollow as well. I didn't actually notice until somebody pointed it out, but yeah, the creepers are hollow in that movie. That's bad. You didn't know half the main cast names till the end? Oh my god. So they just like, alright. Was there any YouTuber in the Minecraft movie? Did they bring in any like actual YouTuber, like Minecraft YouTuber? Because that was the one thing I was expecting. Because it feels very tongue-in-cheek that they would do something like that. Since they did it in Minecraft story mode. Oh, that's the big thing. Do you think Minecraft story mode's better? Who did a better story? A nice Technoblade reference? Well, I guess half of the Minecraft YouTubers turned out to be like pedophiles and drug addicts and like, you know, horrible people. But, you know, there's still a couple good ones, I think, maybe. Captain Sparkles, I think, is relatively alright. I don't think he's done anything. I don't want to say much because I don't really like digging into drama, but... Alright, so big question. Minecraft story mode's plot or Minecraft movie plot? Who does it better? A pig with a crown walks by and they ask if he's a king and Steve goes, no. No, he's a legend. Story mode, let's go. Story mode did it better. People were dunking on story mode too, if I remember it. I don't think a lot of people loved it. I think it was received okay. But still.
Stop there, my learned friend. You realize I trust that the words you just uttered have extremely serious implications.
Yes, but the defense believes that the details about the case that Mr. Graydon claims to have seen must have been revealed to him by a certain person before his testimony. And in fact, considering a particular clue we have, there's really only one person that could be. The truth is, it can only have been you, Inspector Gregson.
Me? Me? You had better have some proof to substantiate such a rash claim, my learned friend.
Consider the fact that we've only been aware of Mr. Ashley Graydon's identity for the last few hours. We learnt of it during the course of the trial today.
Indeed.
Sorry, he became the inspector for a second.
Indeed, preparations for this testimony were made with great urgency during our hour-long recess. While the police executed the subpoena and brought the man here from the communications station.
Until that time, Mr. Graydon would have had no idea, no inkling that he would suddenly be required to appear in court.
I was suggesting that until the time he was summoned.
Yes, my lord. Until then, it's reasonable to assume he knew nothing of the peephole. It was only once Mr. Graydon was in the stand that he realized his position. He would have to defend himself against the accusation that he was the third intruder.
You're suggesting to the court that it was while this trial was in progress that he received the information, so that he could commit perjury in order to save his skin.
Exactly. And the only person with knowledge of the investigation that he had any contact with is you, Inspector Gregson.
Is your bloomin' outrage?
Why would I be giving away details of our investigation to this fella, eh? I was summoned to his lordship's chambers during the recess in any case. Had you forgotten that?
Quite true. I had a number of questions regarding the events that transpired at the pawnbrokery. Which means the first time these two laid eyes on each other was after proceedings resumed following the recess. Since then, they've been in full view of the stand, where such illicit discussions couldn't possibly have occurred.
Yet they did. They quite clearly were talking in amongst the testimony.
Oh, I just remembered something, Runo.
What is it, Iris?
There was one time before, wasn't there? I think it was when Ginny was testifying.
Oh yeah, now that you mention it. When the bailiff was dispatched to retrieve McGilded's music box from the scene of the crime. That's it! It was during the testimony. It would have been possible for you to give Mr. Grayton the information he needed then.
Little toe rag, you're making this all up. I'm a respectable Scotland Yard inspector, for crying out loud. Why would I do something like that? Why would I be giving away confidential details to the likes of this bloke?
Admittedly, you wouldn't have had any reason to do something like that for no gain. But perhaps it was part of a deal of some kind. And it starts to make more sense.
What deal, counsel?
Well, I wonder, perhaps, in exchange for details about the people at the crime scene, Mr. Grayton agreed to give a certain something to the inspector.
I'm sure I need not remind the inspector that if found to be true, striking a deal of any kind with a witness will be considered a gross case of malfeasance. Malfeasance? I retire now. Goodbye. Where are you?
Objection!
It's becoming clear that jumping in with accusations is this Nibonese student's specialty. I don't do that. But with the stakes so high, the prosecution is not prepared to listen to baseless charges. It is incumbent on the defense now to present evidence in support of this diabolical claim.
Evidence?
So what are you proposing that the inspector demanded of the witness in return? The court must see proof of this alleged deal.
It's either the third gun or the second disc. But I'm guessing the second disc because they're really trying to find out who was doing, you know, those funny little deals. Trading insider secrets.
Una, do you think it could be?
Yeah. It's the missing link that would join all the dots together in this puzzle.
I must press you for an answer now, counsel. What evidence explains the nature of the alleged deal that Inspector Gregson made with the witness?
Take that!
Inspector Gregson. Besides this murder, is it not true that you've been working on another very important case?
What? Are you getting that now, Sunshine?
Is it possible that this other top secret case is what's alluded to in this newspaper article here? The classified secrets being leaked overseas from the Ministry of Justice.
How the bleeding Nora could you?
We discovered during the course of this trial the music box deposited at Windibanks by Magnus McGilded, a special music box designed to play 2 discs at once. It would seem very likely now that encoded on the pair of discs that were in McGilded's possession are the leaked classified secrets. So I put it to you, Inspector, that in order to recover the second of the discs containing those secrets, you covertly made a deal with Mr. Grayton in which you exchanged the disc for details on the case.
You little... Order!
On the day of the incident, when we met you at Windibanks, you said this. Scotland Yard already knew at the time, didn't they? That Magnus McGilded was involved in the stealing of government secrets.
My orders were recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry, and do it on the QT. Strictly hush-hush. And that explains why, when I presented this disc as evidence to the court, you objected so heavily, I presume? Because you knew that it contained highly confidential information. No, I mean, not likely. I mean, I wasn't sure of it myself. I realized there was a possibility, that's all. Inspector, surely you're not saying that in order to acquire the second of these music box discs, you did indeed reveal confidential secrets, confidential details of the crime scene to the witness? To aid and abet this man in giving false testimony?
There's no other way that Mr. Graydon could have known of the existence of the people. It's the only explanation. A deal was struck between these two men.
Objection!
If, and I stress if, this sobering assertion turns out to be founded in truth, it would mean that the second disc is, as we speak, here in this very courtroom.
Wait, what? In this room? How could you possibly make a claim like that?
Because Inspector Gregson is a Scotland Yard detective.
What?
Well, yes, with me, eh? As a seasoned policeman, the inspector will have approached this alleged deal with caution. Certainly, he would not have accepted a gentleman's agreement on this matter. No, he would have insisted on having the article agreed upon in the palm of his hand. Good gracious, then, you mean to say Inspector Gregson already has the item in question in his possession? He has the second disc already on his person.
Yes!
Yes! See, that works. The defense demands that the inspector is searched at once.
Definitely! They could only have struck a deal with each other when Ginny was testifying before. And Gregsy hasn't moved from the witness stand since.
My lord, please! Order an examination of his personal effects immediately.
Well, Inspector. Young lad wants to tone down his imagination. He's insulting me and my profession quite enough. However, if it'll put this matter to bed and dispel any doubts about my involvement, then I'll happily submit to a body search.
What? He's going to agree to it.
I presume you're aware of the precipice on which you now teeter, my learned friend. You made a most serious allegation against Scotland Yard here. Following the search of the inspector's personal effects, no disc is found. You will be deemed unfit for court service. This trial will end. My country's government will formally demand of yours that you are severely reprimanded.
That sounds serious.
Indeed. To have a visiting shouldn't make such a defamatory remark against our country's most senior police force. It's not something Her Majesty's government will be able to overlook.
You're just threatening Bruno because you're scared.
The accusation is beyond serious. You must be prepared for grave consequences.
It's true. I can't imagine Gregson could have accepted a gentleman's agreement for something so critical. The disc must have physically changed hands, which means the inspector should have it. But somehow, something doesn't feel quite right here. It's not him. It's not him. Tisk, tisk, tisk. It's not him. Ooh. Remember when he grabbed our little guy? Luigi has it.
Well, counsel, you know the implications, so let me ask you one final time.
Yes, my lord.
You still persist in formally requesting a search of the inspector's personal effects?
Search someone else. Yes, the defense formally demands the search to be conducted.
Well, don't say you weren't warned. But your typical Nipponese stubbornness may well land you in hot water this time. Perhaps the lesson will do you some good. Fair enough. No got nothing to hide. Very well then. Bailiff.
Objection!
The defense demands a search, but not of Inspector Gregson.
What?
There's your hydrate.
Now what's all this? I'm the one you're accusing, aren't I? I thought you wanted to search me.
No, Inspector. Not you. Somebody else.
What's the meaning of this, eh? Lost it all, have you, sunshine? This court shouldn't have put up with this nonsense. You're being completely irrational. Be quiet, all of you.
Oh no, it was...
Bring us in what you all told him to do, having the courage of his convictions. So you should respect that and listen to what he has to say in good faith. Because that's the British way.
Well said, young lady. Indeed, this court is in awe of the defense counsel's conviction and eagerly awaits his next words. You are... don't be hasty, my lord.
If I'm not mistaken about the things I've seen in court today, I'm fairly sure that I know who has that disc at the moment. There's only one person it could be. It's Luigi! Of my lord, Mr. Nash Skulkin.
Well, I'd never. Me? Him? Very well then, bailiff. Restrain the witness and conduct a thorough search of his personal effects. Please, me lord. Inspector, Scotland Yard is to object to this search.
Objection!
Unfortunately for you, Inspector, your objections carry no weight here. He has no idea he has it. That's probably true. I mean, look at him. All he knew was he was getting shaken. He was getting shooken, not stirred.
In this courtroom, only the prosecution and the defense have the authority to object. But lovers' sakes! No idea what forces are in play that might influence your actions. But personally, I have no intention of... Personally, I don't give a fuck, is what he's saying. Bailiff! Carry out the search.
I love his animations.
Yeah, oh no, Mo. Oh, I don't know nothing. Nothing about no disc. Go out! No! Here, my lord, in the witness's pocket. I found this. Personally, tell Strongheart to fuck himself. Will do, my lord. Wait. Another music box disc. I don't know nothing about it, nothing.
Is it finally over? That is the second music box disc left behind by Magnus McGilded. Is it not, Inspector Gregson?
No!
Bro is definitely acting on orders of Strongheart, 100%. I love him. I hope he doesn't go away. I hope he's a detective in the next game. I really like him. I hope he gets off the hook. He's so fun.
Order, order, order! Mr. Skulkin, what do you have to say for yourself?
Go on, Bennett. I mean, just go on, flaming Bennett. I swear I didn't do nothing about that disc. Honest to God.
Counsel, will you please explain what's going on here? The alleged deal that was struck was between this witness and this detective, no?
Without question, my lord.
Then for pity's sake, why on earth was this man in possession of the disc after the inspector traded for information?
Inspector Gregson is a shrewd, calculating man who rarely loses his composure. But at one particular point in this trial, he exhibited some unusual behavior for a brief moment.
I don't recall. What unusual behavior?
It was, during my cross-examination of Mr. Graydon. The inspector appeared to have grabbed Nash Skulkin by his coat and was shaking him violently.
I did it all. Thought me noggin was gonna fall clean off, I did. Stand ready for $80 games, worm. I was wishing I'd be born as my brother was.
And what exactly happened to make that detective attack you like that?
I ain't got a clue. He just suddenly turned and grabbed me, whistled like that, and started shaking me. Well, the place didn't you mention the third gun when you got down to the station? That's what he said. Yeah, right down my ear, all he did. My head's still throbbing now.
Yeah, I did see that. Yeah, they do. But I also saw on the main map, for each, like, course on the world map, there's, like, 10 fucking costumes to find. Which I'm just a little proud of myself, because I did, you know, that's what I said. But, you know, it's fine. It's cool. It's chill. I didn't completely call that at all. Which is really good. I'm really glad. Because when we were watching the trailer, it felt like you only got to wear the costumes when you got the burger in the race, which didn't make any sense. Yeah, I think so too. Yeah, I think so too. I don't think there's going to be a bunch of costumes for Moo Moo Cow. And according to GVG, a lot of the enemies you couldn't find. So I think as you're collecting costumes, you actually collect enemies and cow and stuff. No, I think the cow was on the base roster, but as you play through, you most likely unlock a lot more racers and costumes, which is great. It's what we wanted. It's gonna make the character selection screen very large, but, you know, whatever. Yeah. Good Vibes Gaming attested that they couldn't place, like, the crab or the bee or anything that have been shown in carts. They theorized that maybe there's characters that fill up races, but I think, but they were also like, well, we actually maybe think you unlock them later or something like that. And I believe that too. And you know what? We're gonna find out at the Mario Kart World Direct, I bet. I'm sure that's where everything will be announced. Which is in 13 days-ish. Tribones' base roster, please. Yeah, I don't know. Who's to say who's gonna be first? But I did see that, Koopa is getting costumes. I saw the Koopa the Quick costume in one of the instances of gameplay I saw. So Koopa's getting costumes. I would be kind of surprised if Drybones didn't get costumes. The way the detective behaved then was extremely out of character. But looking back now, it must have been that he did it. That was the opportunity Inspector Gregson created for himself in order to hide the disc.
Well, bless my wig, he hid it.
You...
I'm afraid I fail to comprehend the motive here. If the detective had acquired the disc he was after, on earth would he then proceed to hide it in another man's pocket? This is a court of law. He could have submitted the item as evidence. It would appear, my lord, that the inspector was not at liberty to do that. Why ever not? As the man himself revealed earlier, his current assignment has some special conditions. Hush, hush! A top-secret assignment, is it? As far as we're aware, the information stolen comes from the confidential government communications. It would seem that if that information were to be revealed in court as evidence, it would be problematic. Yeah, see, well, thing is, the Queen accidentally sent her sex tape to one of the communications officers, And we were trying to keep it. We're trying to destroy it, right? And then it gets stolen and spread across the world. We're trying to track down every copy to get rid of it. Bloody hell, we don't need no shaggy teach on the market.
Does that sum up the situation, Inspector? We're Rainbow Road. Oh yeah, you're right. We have not seen Rainbow Road. How are we gonna get to Rainbow Road? Actually, you know what? I have an idea. One of the maps that was shown was Donkey Kong Spaceport. So, theoretically, there's a rocket there that you may be able to take. Because it's a seamless open world that you can, like, drive all over to every track. Like, every track is in that world. So, there's gotta be some way up. God, and, oh my god, that game's so beautiful, man. Oh, I can't wait to play it. It looks so jaw-dropping. And playing, like, flawless 60 FPS, like, HDR on handheld. Oh, man.
I'm operating under direct orders from the Ministry. I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to answer that question.
So, realizing there was a chance that you may be searched here in court, you took steps to hide the disc you'd acquired from the witness. Spamming golden mushrooms to fly up the Rainbow Road. Yeah, you gotta actually, there's a new rocket launcher item, and you gotta rocket jump upward. You know?
What does this mean?
He only pretended to attack Mr. Skulkin in order to get close to him. Slipped the second disc into his pocket.
It was all a pretense. Well now, Inspector Gregson, and you, Mr. Graydon. Are you prepared to admit that the accusation made against you of this alleged deal?
Admit to it, yours truly, please. Mr. Graydon! Clearly our Eastern visitor has an uncommonly active imagination. Are you fucking kidding me? Just break it down already, you cocksucking bastard. Your gig is up! We have won! There is no more to discuss! Just break it down on the dance floor. You get the fuck out of the courtroom. Go to jail. However, there's no proof that I passed that disc to the inspector.
Objection!
But then, how do you explain the reason why you knew about the peephole? I am under no obligation to explain. What? Yes, I lied in my testimony. That I admit. So sentence me accordingly. But that's all I admit. You son of a... We just built that whole case. You can't just be like, well, I didn't do it, so... We don't need you to admit shit. We've proven your guilt beyond a matter of doubt. You fucker. All of it is this young Eastern man's fancy. I have no idea what any of this is about. You... What? Sorry, we've got 4 more hours in this court session. Well, what about you then, Inspector Gregson? Do you admit to making a deal with Mr. Graydon in order to acquire the disc?
Ladies and gents of the jury, I just got on your Inspector. I will declare this and nothing more. I'm acting in the best interest of the country, whatever I've done. It's been in the name of justice. So, as members of the public of this fine country, I'd like to think that justice will be your guiding light when making your decisions. This is quite a quandary indeed. Rarely have I encountered such extraordinary tumultuousness in the concluding of the trial. Nevertheless, in the absence of any further evidence to be presented, I believe it's time that we put the matter of the jury to their final leanings. Well now, as a fellow servant of the Queen and country, I must say I empathize with the old inspector.
Yes, he's a dependable man, I'm quite sure. In service, one becomes a good judge of character.
Even crossing your eyes doesn't help when it comes to looking at this case. It's all blurred to me.
Well, as a fellow FNAF fan, I'm quite looking forward to the FNAF 2 movie. I'm a little sad we didn't see the pizzeria yet, but I'm sure it's coming.
Graydon is a highly skilled operator. Stop! Currently in presence of idol. Stop!
Detective has very much trust in my eyes. More than this I cannot say.
I don't believe it. These 6 jurors are... They're not gonna believe Gregson. They're going to believe Gregson if they declare their decision now.
Is Jenny gonna be found guilty?
If I don't manage to produce some definitive evidence right now, then we're gonna lose. Either some proof that Graydon killed Mr. Windibank or stole those government secrets, or some evidence to force Gregson into admitting that he struck a deal with the witness.
Well then, counsel. I think it's time I imposed on the jurors to declare their final decisions, no? That is, unless you have some kind of compelling evidence you have thus far not presented to this court.
If I let the judge call on the jurors to announce their leanings, Gina will be found guilty.
There's no choice then, Bruno. You just have to throw some more evidence at them.
This is it now. It all comes down to this. You said that like 70 times! Drink every time he says it all comes down to this. Who do I present evidence against? Gregson or Ugh.
Oh, I don't know who I have evidence against! Oh, God.
Yeah, I feel like the jury is gonna lean guilty, of course. Leave it to them, obviously. So I gotta either prove that they made the deal, or prove that he killed Mr. Windibank. With the evidence I have on hand right now. Well... Okay, I think this might do it, actually. If we play it and get the Morse code, and prove that it's government secrets, then that's definitely on him to get for his job. Alright, that's my idea. I'm going with it. Probably should have saved. Inspector Gregson, there's one final piece of evidence I would like you to see.
What's that then?
You refuse to acknowledge that you did in fact strike a deal with the witness here today. Then you should leave us no choice but to examine this piece of evidence thoroughly.
Go on.
Take that!
Yes!
Yeah, baby! That's what I've been waiting for. That's what it's all about. Woo!
Is it real Morse code? Are they not gonna tell me? Oh, I'm already an idiot. How am I gonna figure that? Somebody else has probably done it. I'll just look it up.
Is that Mr. McGilda's peculiar music box, counsel?
Yes, with the disc already in place, ready to play. I think perhaps now would be a good time to listen to the sound produced by the music box again. Only this time, with the second disc we've just discovered set in place as well. This game does tell you we can solve it early. I don't know fucking Morse code, man. Beep, boop, boop, beep, boop, 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 beep. It just sounds like Mr. Krabs fucking doing the robot dance to me. Beep, boop, boop, bop, boop, boop, bop, boop, boop, beep. Oh man, I think you mean beep, boop, boop, bop, boop, 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 beep.
Hold it!
No, wait! Oh, I can't let you do that! Why not?
Because, well, because it's got nothing to do with this case. That's why.
Plus, I already know the answer. It's obviously, you know, the audio recording of the Queen's sex tape that got leaked. Obviously.
Objection.
Not true, Inspector.
Right.
The defense has already proposed that the sounds heard by the court earlier from this music box were part of a Morse code message. We know that Morse code comprises of 2 distinct tones. The defense believes that that second disc contains the second tone needed to complete the message. And now we have a chance to confirm that theory.
Crying out loud, sunshine. We're talking about state secrets here. If you go letting the whole courtroom hear confidential information like that, it's treason.
Then you admit the charge? That in order to protect those state secrets, you engaged in unlawful dealings with the witness?
You're mad. If you let that secret information out to the public domain, you'll be making an enemy of the British government, you idiot.
Objection.
Let's not forget, Inspector, that you, a Scotland Yard officer, leaked confidential case details to a witness. That you could continue to lie to this court, and all because of fair means or foul, you are determined to do your duty. Well, by fair means or foul, I'm prepared to do mine.
Don't you dare.
I will stop at nothing to protect my client. I don't care who I make an enemy of. My lord, if you please. The court must hear the sounds made by that music box.
Well, where's H for Pete's sake? Stop him!
Objection.
Inspector, you should know my methods by now. I'm a prosecutor. I'm no Scotland Yard puppet.
In fact, later on in the series, you'll become the puppet.
In this courtroom, my duty is to the law, so let me propose a toast to uncovering the truth by fair means or foul. Slut mode engaged. No! He's activating slut mode! Nobody can talk to him now! He's been gone reasonably. He's gone. He can't be reasoned with, he can't. Well, the defense has stand here, and that of the prosecution has made me feel very clear, I feel. Therefore, in accordance with the defense's request.
He's got fish and chips, man. He's got his cone of fish and chips.
Court will now listen to this. The music box is set in operation once more.
Hey, by the way, when is that whole thing about Sholmes making the imprint of the caramel thing? Did that just amount to nothing? Or is that still yet to be seen? Because he made an imprint of it and made like a second disc. But like, is that just like out the window? That was like pointless. I thought it was such a cool little thing. Especially since we saw him eating the caramel. Like, I was like, oh, that's so cool. Is it? Okay. It just popped in my head. I know I should have brought it up earlier, but... Damn. He's just him trying to solve it on his own, but failing. It's Morse code. Nah, actually, that wasn't Morse code. That was, Beta Megalovania.
Shut the blooming box up!
Let me ask you again, then, Inspector Gregson. Did you, or did you not, strike a deal with the witness next to you in the stand, Mr. Ashley Graydon? I was busy playing with my water bottle when I should have been drinking it.
Specifically, did you furnish the witness with confidential case details in exchange for this music box disc? Did you reveal the existence of the people in the pawnbroker's storeroom door, Inspector? I did.
Stop! What are you doing, man?
It's all exactly like the young Eastern lawyer said. When the trial resumed after the recess and we were stood here in the stand together, that's when he approached me with the deal. Shut up, you imbecile! Shut up! Psst, you there. You're the detective who turned up at the pawnbrokery the other day, aren't you? I may have something you're looking for, Inspector. With me at this very moment. So how about a trade? I suggest you accept, or information that may make certain individuals uncomfortable will soon become very public indeed. Couldn't let that information become public knowledge, so not under any circumstances.
Everything... I mean, these are all crimes that should be a slap on the wrist. Bro was, like, threatening to reveal government secrets. Like, I feel like Gregson was actually acting in the best interest of the country here. He's a hero, goddammit!
I accepted the man's proposal and told him details about the case that should have put him in the clear. The peephole in the storeroom door and the bloodstains on the overcoat.
By giving false testimony, this witness intended to have the defendant wrongly accused of murder. So yeah, it would have been either two of those. Those two answers were both right. I think he just admitted it. If I picked either people or the blood, it would have completely continued. By giving false testimony, this witness intended to have the defendant wrongly accused of murder. Inspector, you knew that. Yet you still revealed those details to facilitate the witness's perjury?
I did. But it turns out the peephole had only been made that night after the incident took place. Scotland Yard wasn't aware of that, if I'm perfectly honest.
Well, Mr. Graydon, what do you have to say for yourself? There's nothing and no one left for you to hide behind. You struck a deal with the inspector in order to escape a conviction of a very serious crime. Namely this. You are the third intruder who broke into the pawnbrokery on the night in question. And you perpetrated the murder of the proprietor, Mr. Pop Windabank. Windabank! God damn it, it was my most important moment and I fucked it up! Damn it! You... Traitor! Uh-oh. Oh, he coughed up a chip.
Bailiff, restrain that man! At once!
That's it then. It's all over. Or is it? I despised my life growing up.
Those slums are vile places. I was cursed from birth, born into poverty, the son of a penniless artisan. My parents did nothing but quarrel all day long. What little money they had was never spent on me. So I set about studying to better myself, to one day escape from that hellhole. And you eventually became a communications officer. I admire your determination.
But then you decided to try and sell government secrets? Why?
Isn't it obvious? Because I wanted money. Even now, years later, the nightmares of my life in the slums awake me in the small hours. I wanted to drown them out with more money than anyone who lived in the squalor could ever imagine.
Okay, so bro just has, like, PTSD or some shit? Like, bruh, go see a fucking therapist, man. Oh, wait, it's the 1900s. Therapists were probably fucking burnt at the stake.
And one day I met him. Mr. Magnus McGilded.
You're a fiend with a queer talent, so you are. I've money to throw your way if you're interested. All you need to do is go along with my little plan now.
I was to steal the Ministry's telegraphic message logs, and McGilded would buy them for a handsome sum. As I was responsible for inspections of the Ministry's communications office, it was a simple enough task.
Beat the shit out of you if you said anything was wrong with your mind.
What, are you a loony? Throw you in the loony bin, shall we? The lure of the devil's offerings, how easy it is to succumb. But you must surely have realized the seriousness of the crime you are committing.
And for that reason I took great lengths to ensure that my actions were untraceable.
By using the music box.
My father was a brickmaker, though my mother divorced him when I was still a child. Yes, Mr. Mason Millerton. That's right. He was very skilled with his hands. He had once been a music box maker's apprentice. I imagined his skills would be sufficient to create a machine that could generate Morse code. So I sought out my father again to employ his services. It was the first time I'd seen him since I left the slums 10 years earlier.
Look at you, Ashley. What a fine gent you've become, eh?
He was a different man than the one in my memory, a thin, frail old man. But poverty had never broken him, never corrupted him like it had me. I was sure that he wouldn't help me if I told him the real reason. So I made up a story. I've got some work for you, Father. I need some music box discs made.
Music box discs, eh? A musician friend of mine has written some music he wants to sell to the public. I brought the score with me. There are 2, actually. Ah, I'd be delighted, son. It's been 20 years since I did any work like this, though. Fetch my tools, would you? They're in the loft. My name is Edwin, and I made the mimic. That's how I had to make the 2 discs. Thereby splitting the information in 2. You were taking considerable precautions indeed. It was to protect myself as much as anything. It meant that I could deal with McGilded in 2 separate transactions. The first involved the first of the 2 discs and the music box for playing them. I exchanged them with McGilded for 10 guineas. Then, on receipt of the second disc, he would pay 1,000 guineas. So, what happened on the omnibus 2 months ago? Was the second part of the deal the exchange of the second disc? Yes. I'd told the man information that way a number of times already. But it seems he became reluctant to part with his money. But that doesn't quite make sense, Mr. Graydon, for why was it that on the omnibus 2 months ago your father, Mr. Milverton, was the one dealing with Mr. McGilded, not yourself? When I received the 1,000 guineas after my first completed dealings with McGilded, I decided to give 200 to my father for his troubles. But my father realized something was amiss. In time he worked out that I must have been involved in something dubious. And when he did, he said to me, "Next time there's an exchange, you'll let your old man do it, understand? Otherwise I won't take your money anymore." That was my father's way of dealing with it, I suppose. Climb into the omnibus, hand over the second disc, and take the money from McGilded. That's it. He had no idea what was actually on the discs I'd actually made. He never knew. Just like I'll never know why everything went so horribly wrong that night. He probably fucking yelled at him. He probably was like, "Bro, what the fuck? You're corrupting my goddamn son, you son of a bitch! I'll kill you for that!" And then in turn, he was the one who got killed for that. All I know is that the disc was taken from him, and he never returned home. It was only then that I found out what sort of a monster McGilded really was. So after 10 years of not once uttering it, I swore my father's name.
Is he about to get, like, shot in the head? Oh, no. That was just a really weird position. To exact revenge. Revenge! Oh, so he is the one who burnt him alive? As anyone with even the remotest knowledge of the man will no doubt be able to imagine. McGilded brought all his wealth and influence to bear in the most despicable of ways. To crush any semblance of justice in his trial. The crime scene was tampered with, evidence was fixed, and witnesses were bribed. That trial 2 months ago was a farce from the start to finish. My feet had barely touched British soil back then. And I walked into this hornet's nest, completely unaware of the sinister background to it all. I made plenty of money out of my dealings with McGilded by then, so I spared nothing in my arrangements 2 months ago. I knew exactly who to hire. If you're willing to pay the price, there are people in this city willing to do anything you ask. McGilded himself had shown me that. Are you saying that... I think you have the picture now. After he twisted everything to his favor in this courtroom to ensure he walked free, I took matters into my own hands and delivered the justice the monster deserved. That tragic accident following the trial here 2 months ago was planned and executed by yours truly. McGilded's death that day was caused by this man! Everything is ready, sir, if you'd like to follow me into the courtroom. What's this, officer? 'Tis sooner than I was led to believe. I hope it's not inconvenient, sir. There were some changes to the schedule. Well, I must be making tracks now. 'Tis time for the inspection. They're gonna examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for it myself. So that policeman who came to tell McGilded he could examine the omnibus again. That's right, an imposter, hired by me. Oh, I thought it was actually him. Never mind. McGilded uses his wealth to manipulate the trial. He paid people to adulterate the omnibus with all manner of false evidence. He threatened witnesses to lie in their testimony. So I gave the man a taste of his own medicine. Once the omnibus was doused in paraffin, one of my sham policemen ushered McGilded inside and sent him on a one-way journey to hell. An eye for an eye. That's how I avenged my father's death.
A spine-chilling account indeed.
But that wasn't the end of it for me. There was one loose end, you see. A loose end? Yes. I should think it's obvious. The second disc, which my father had taken to exchange with Mr. McGilded.
Ah, yes. There was indeed no mention of it in the man's trial 2 months ago. Clearly because it had been removed from the scene of the crime.
When I realized it was missing, I remembered something. Something from the first time I dealt with McGilded. This is the first of the 2 discs in the music box you need to play them. Well, look at that now. What an ingenious little invention. So then, as promised, 10 guineas for you, young man.
What's this? Winterbank's pawnbrokery.
Aye, here's a pawnbrokery's ticket, so it is. You can use it to redeem an article I've deposited there for you. No need to give a name, I just hand over the ticket and tell the fiend the watchword. I've put a jewel in pawn for you. It'll fetch a good 10 guineas if you sell it, it will. I've never heard of a pawnbrokery being used in quite the way before. Have you not, Mr. Graydon? London's pawnbrokeries are very useful places, you know. Each one is like an extremely secure vault. These layers to this shit.
There's layers like onions, like ogres. Shrek 5 confirmed. Ugh. Zendaya. Jack Black ogre, where is he? Tom Holland ogre. So I knew that if he'd taken steps to hide the disc, it would be in that pawnbrokery somewhere. And that on the night he killed my father, he must have entrusted the ticket to someone.
Yeah, to Gina. I remember now that when we first met you at the Windibanks that afternoon, you had a description of Miss Lestrade written down. How'd you know who you were looking for? From the trial, that pickpocket's testimony was clearly peculiar. Anyone could see that. I realized immediately that she was another of McGilded's pawns, that he must have threatened her somehow. I was fairly convinced it would be her who had the ticket. So I started to make some inquiries. I had a strong suspicion the girl would come out of the woodwork on the redemption deadline. He was absolutely right. And yes, sure enough, she did. All I needed to do was wait until the girl went to Windibanks to redeem the articles. Oh, you know what? I might have another guess for what's on the, in the Morse code. It might be, them being informed of, the death of Wilson. Iris's dad. I think that might be what's on there. Maybe. I was thinking, what's it gonna be? Like, surely it'll have some significance to us, the player. So, I was thinking that could be it, and that's how Iris finds out. There's something about her novel. But unfortunately, she redeemed only McGilded's overcoat and that one disc that was in its pocket. The all-important music box with the second disc inside was missing. As it had already been forfeited 2 days earlier. But I was unaware of that fact. Had I not been, I could have avoided my nighttime excursion.
Meanwhile, as our investigation into the stolen government secrets was progressing, we'd picked up on the fact that Mr. McGilder was involved.
Inspector, you've recovered fast.
My orders were to recover the stolen information as quickly as possible.
You'll wait till it's translated by the game? Alright. Yeah, don't give me any confirmation or nothing. I'm just making a guess.
So we started gathering the fella's possessions and examining whatever you could lay your hands on. We had a full-scale investigation going on at the yard, but we had to keep it as quiet as we could.
Then when the inspector here took the disc from me in the pawnbrokery that day, I became nervous. Yeah, true. Facts. My brain is full of Mario Kart World right now and not Ace Attorney World. I was sure the music box and the second disc was still there in the shop somewhere. You know, if Capcom ever gets, like, bought by Nintendo... Sorry, this is a really weird thing that I just thought of, but hear me out. One day, Nintendo buys Capcom, randomly, out of the blue, no reason. And then they add a Capcom exhibit at, attraction at Nintendo World. Do you think they would do an Ace Attorney one, where you could walk up and be on the defense and be on the prosecution? And then you have, like, a judge and stuff, you could do, like, a little thing and you try figure it out. That would be so cool! Or maybe you could have, like, a live show there and you're in the jury or something. I don't know. I was just thinking that would be really cool. I'd love to just go, OBJECTION! And point, you know? Sorry. I was sure the music box and the second disc were still there in the shop somewhere. Would Nintendo need to eat up a big third party to do that? Probably not. They could probably just ask them. They'd probably need to pay monies and royalties and stuff, but I mean, if they really... I don't think so. Ace Attorney's not that big. But it would be very epic. Honestly, I could see Nintendo maybe doing like a Sonic something. As like a crossover with Sega. Maybe if it's even limited time, I could see them doing something like that. Like a Sonic food items and maybe like a... something. I knew that it was a race against time, so I had to find these articles before the police did. So that's what prompted you to break into the place that same night. With the help of your old friends, the Skulkin brothers. What happened that night in the pawnbrokery, I can only describe as a nightmare. While Nash and Ringo were searching the counter, I located the music box I'd sold to McGilded on the shelves of forfeited articles. And the Nintendo disc was inside. Did I say the Nintendo disc? You found the old PlayStation Cross Nintendo disc, did you? Was it of the cancelled Mario 64 too? Yes, I slipped it into my pocket with a very deep sigh of relief. But then, something entirely unexpected happened. What are you doing in my shop? A gunshot rang out in the shop and I felt a sharp pain in my left arm. The broker fired his gun and the bullet pierced your limb. Yes, exactly. But unfortunately, I decided to bring my own gun with me that night just in case. Before I knew what was happening, I fired back. The man had already turned to flee. I hadn't intended to fire in his direction, much less kill him. But unfortunately for both of us, the bullet hit home. It struck him in the middle of his back as he fled through the storeroom door for refuge.
A sorry, sorry tale.
It all took place in the blink of an eye. I don't imagine Nash and Ringo even realized what had happened at first. I was terrified, so I fled. And that's the whole story. That's everything that happened at Winterbanks on that terrible, wretched night. Hello? Anybody want to say something? Alright. Got him, I guess.
Earlier, you called McGilded a monster. A man who used his wealth and influence to distort the facts and escape justice for the crime of murder. Looks like somebody's playing a little bit of irony.
What tragic irony.
For what you have done is exactly the same. You've become the very monster you saw and despised so deeply in McGilded.
Yes, I think I have.
Well, this has been a long and exhausting trial.
You tell me, we did like 4 hours of this the other day, and now we've done 5 hours. Might be one of the longest single-day courtroom experiences we've had. Mostly because it had to get done in a single day. For some reason, they only wanted one-day court trials.
Now for the escapades! Yippee!
However, it would seem that we at last have arrived at the truth. Inspector Gregson, what of Mr. Ashley Graydon? He's been restrained, my lord, and is being escorted to the yard. He'll be charged with the murder of Mr. Winterbank and the stealing of government secrets. Very good. And you, Inspector. Regrettably, you will have to face charges yourself. Yes, my lord. Of course.
It transpires that you were complicit in helping a criminal escape justice. The fact remains whether or not you were doing so in the line of duty.
The crime is a serious one, Inspector, and inexcusable. Now, to the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade.
Oh, yeah?
It's time for the final adjudication. Is the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Yes, sir. Garrett Squadron standing by, sir. This is really it now. The last push, the final call, the finishing whistle. My men are ready to deliver their verdicts. Thank you, Mr. Foreman. Very well. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will now declare your final decisions to the court.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Yippee!
Not
Yippee!
guilty.
Not guilty.
Yippee!
Not guilty.
Yippee! I'm surprised the assassin didn't get, like, any screen time at all. I'm guessing he just is chill and he didn't do anything wrong. Free my mans. He's just having fun with his little rat fella.
That's the stuff. I'm off the hook. Finally, Runa, you managed to finally do it.
Finally is the word. I really wasn't sure if we'd come out on top there for a while.
Susie was right. You're the best lawyer in the world.
Miss Lestrade, I'm not finished with you yet.
Ah, what? What are you looking at me like that for?
No! Reaper, no! So the Reaper just doesn't exist? Wait, no. That only explains this one case. I guess the Reaper mystery is still a thing. That only explains him killing McGilded because he had a grudge against him. He was called the Reaper before that case, too, so...
Before you start to enjoy your freedom, there are certain other crimes to consider, 2 months ago in my courtroom, no less, you gave false testimony, did you not? And in relation to the trial today, not only did you unlawfully enter Mr. Winterbank's pawnbrokery, you also attempted to abscond with Mr. McGilded's property, it seems.
Persona Reaper.
Bruno, I'm detecting a very powerful presence near you. Do not engage. Do not engage. You can't win. It's the Reaper. Hey? I never done nothing of the sort.
Of course not. It's not like you were gleefully wearing McGilded's coat in your cell yesterday or anything.
Oh, and just when I was getting excited about throwing a party for Ginny this evening.
And turning our attention to the defense. Determining that, when played together, the music box disc contained a message in Morse code was... Well, it was most certainly a most unexpected revelation, Counsel.
You cannot win. You killed my best friend, and now I'm mad! I'm really, really mad!
Quite so, my lord. The prosecution was caught entirely off guard. In fact, I think we should applaud my learned friend's courage here today. I propose a toast. To demanding that government secrets be disseminated before the entire courtroom.
Very sorry about that. It was the only way I could get the Inspector... it was the only way I could get Inspector Gregson to admit what he'd done, so...
If I may say something on that point.
Isn't that...
It's, yeah, well, it's about the sounds produced by the music box before. I do wonder if that was really Morse code at all.
What? What are you saying, madam?
Well, it's just that I'm really rather fanatical when it comes to Morse code, you see? So much so that the whole world seems to be covered in dots and dashes for me.
Goodness, madam, an unhealthy level of obsession one feels.
But I must say that, in my opinion, the sounds produced by those 2 discs were nothing more than that, a meaningless series of 2 different tones.
Really? What? Can that really be? It wasn't Morse code after all? Lord, the defense would like to listen to the music box again. Oh. are the discs. You gotta reverse the discs, you guys. It's like when you have to flip a USB over. Switch the discs. Would that do anything? Are they on like a different? They're on like a different timing schedule, right? Oh, maybe not. If you play them at the same time, maybe it's the same. No, that wouldn't work. If it's the same mechanism in both sides, then yeah, that wouldn't do anything. It's not a record. We can't play it in reverse. Can we play it in reverse? Flip it over.
Obviously not. How many times do I have to tell you? Those just contain ministerial secrets, sunshine. This courtroom is not an appropriate forum to discuss the nature of the government communications. We know McGilded conspired to trade national secrets with our enemies, secrets acquired from Mr. Graydon. Now that the man has admitted to his crimes, we have no need to pursue the matter further.
This is really gonna bother me.
Miss Lestrade,
Yeah, my lord?
that which you have seen today here in this courtroom has been extremely disturbing. Falsified evidence, intimidation, perjury, a grim catalogue of depravity. An appalling experience to befall any child.
Come on, ain't nothing I don't see in most of my days in the back slums.
I beg your pardon.
If you're weak, you pay for it. That's just how life goes.
Gina.
But look, I reckon I've worked something out today. The world ain't fair, but if you want it to change, you gotta start at some. You gotta start at home. You gotta change how you are yourself.
Well, that's a very laudable lesson. I eagerly look forward to the born-again Miss Lestrade never gracing my courtroom with her presence again. Now, with regard to the murder of Mr. Pop Winterbank, proprietor of the pawnbrokery business on, Baker Street, I hereby declare the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade.
Not guilty.
Hooray!
Born again! Again!
Oh yeah, thank you, British gumshoe.
Hey, no problem, governor. I love being the guy to throw the confetti, eh, pal? I mean, governor. I mean, fish and chips, eh, what? That is all. Court is adjourned. Hey there, pal. When am I gonna get to be in a new Ace Attorney game, pal? It's been so long. I know I can't be in the past, but surely something.
We just sitting here alone having a drink? Why are we still here?
On a personal note, I must say you've surprised me, my Far Eastern friend.
Oh.
Despite being a Nipponese, you saw through the pretense to the malice that festered within that Englishman. And at the same time, saw through the grime to that surprising heart of your English client. You have a curious talent for judging character, especially considering our different cultures.
I don't think there's anything curious about it. Whether we're from the Empire of Great Britain or the Empire of Japan, we're all human beings. We're not so very different on the inside. Damn, Ryu, you're being very, forward for, 1901 or whatever this is. I don't think bro's gonna agree with you.
I took this case for one very simple reason. To lock swords with you once again here in the courtroom.
You did?
When I encountered you for the first time 2 months ago, it reminded me of toasting friendship and trust with another Nipponese, only to find my trust betrayed.
Wait, he's Japanese the whole time? Real? Oh my god, that's the biggest twist of the whole game!
Through you, I hope to look into the eyes of a man I once knew and try to understand.
No? Oh. Why did he say that? Why did he say it like that? Of toasting friendship and trust with another Nipponese, only to find my trust betrayed. Oh, does he mean he fought against a Japanese lawyer before? Is that what he meant? You can interpret that both ways. He had a Japanese friend that betrayed his trust. Okay, cool. Made him racist. Alright. Oh man, my interpretation's way cooler. Oh, I met a Japanese person, he spat on my shoe, and for all time, I hate him now. And his whole race. He ate the last donut! You mentioned something similar earlier today. About total betrayal at the hands of the Japanese. What'd he do? Eat the last donut?
Well, you may ask. And one day when the time comes, you will learn the answer, whether you like it or not.
Oh, so in the next game. Oh, got it. You could just say, you know, in the Great Ace Attorney 2 if you wanted.
Alright, and I'll wait for that day if I must.
Coming to be known as the Reaper of the Bailey, and my retirement from service 5 years ago. It gave me cause to wonder if our meeting has some deeper purpose. So, farewell, my learned Nipponese fellow. Until we meet again.
Could you just, like, not add the pretense that I'm Japanese to every sentence? Ryunosuke. My name is Ryunosuke. Naruhodo. It's not even that hard to say. Once you get used to it, You've known Japanese people before? Naruhodo. Say it.
Nipponese.
Fuck.
Wait, so we don't get to know what was on the discs all along? What?
We'll never know. Who knows what was on those discs?
Was it all a big lie? A big fluke? It's done. It's over at last. But where's Iris disappeared to? She was thinking. Iris was like, those beeps and boops sounded interesting to me. Congratulations, Gina. I knew it all along. I knew that you were innocent.
Well, you did what you said, Mr. Naruto. You believed in me right up to the end. You're as odd as your name.
What's odd about it? I told you I had faith in you, didn't I?
No one ever has before, see? You kept a promise, I mean, properly.
It's awful.
I figured something out today. All my life growing up in the slums and just never trusted no one. Well, that's just because I've been scared of being stabbed in the back. I mean, the more you trust someone, the more it hurts when they let you down.
Yeah, I think I can understand that. After all, I had a taste of it in that trial 2 months ago. I chose to trust someone and paid for it. That betrayal left a big scar. You know though, Gina, I worked something out quite recently too. Trusting in someone else is really an exercise in learning to trust yourself. When your gut tells you it's the right thing to do, your trust is rewarded. There's no better feeling in the world. I'm not aware of Gina's name thing. Didn't you already say she's like a Sherlock Holmes character or something?
What's that deeper meaning? I don't know.
I think I have to thank you for reminding me of that valuable lesson.
Oh, well, if you say so. Don't make a flat lot of sense to me, though.
I'm trying to say, putting my faith in you, Gina, has been a real pleasure. Specify what role she has? Ragamuffin? Rapscallion? Little pickpocket girl? Little goofy guy?
For crying out loud, pack it in! I'll fucking cry if you do. If you don't, well, I suppose I sort of feel the same way. I mean, sometimes trusting someone else is, you know, alright.
Thanks. This is the way I see it, Ryunosuke. A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. After this experience, I'm starting to feel like I understand what you mean. Kazuma! Am I living up to your expectations? Am I turning out to be the lawyer you believed I could be? Nope. Pardon the interruption. But what the deuce does a man have to do to be noticed around here, my dear fellow? Are you serious? Has he been standing there the whole time? Like, was his model there the whole time? Or did they just switch it out like they did before? You little freak. That voice! Oh, it's too late for that voice. Now, Mr. Naruhodo. I've been standing here patiently in the corner of the room for an eternity. Aha! Yes, it was me all along. I would have said when finally you noticed me. But you people with your incessant babbling.
Mr. Sholmes!
Ah, yes, it was me all along, see? Yes, thank you. Gina, lass, you're a darling one, you are. I'd assumed you'd been taken back to the hospital, to be honest. Well, indeed I was, but I managed to escape again. Oh. I happen to be aware of one or two foibles of the doctor who was tending to me. I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily issued me a leave of absence. How very above board. Yes, well, you see, he was having sex with one of the interns there, and, well, I know his wife, so... But enough of my adventures. That was a fine victory, Mr. Naruhodo. Your tireless efforts justly rewarded, I feel. Congratulations are in order. As a close friend, I tip my hat to you. No, thank you.
Some great detective you are. Great at being cold as ice, maybe.
Have I irked you in some way, Miss Lestrade?
While you've been having a snooze in your soft bed, some of us have been fighting for our lives.
Ah, well, that bullet did cause me to lose a substantial amount of blood, it's true. So I have indeed been feeling somewhat cold. Not perhaps cold as ice, but, well, have a feel. I love you, Sholmes. You are the greatest character in fiction, I think. Can I say that? Is that a legal thing to say? S-tier character. Like, without question, bro. He is at the top of the list. Could you take your hands off my neck, please, Mr. Sholmes? And, in some way, I suppose, congratulations are in order for you too, Mr. Lestrade. Not as many congratulations, however, for my lovely, handsome boy right here. Oh, please, not in public.
What's that supposed to mean? What's so half-hearted?
Well, naturally, it isn't my intention to alarm you, but... an acquittal in a trial with that particular prosecutor is perhaps a little precarious. Well done, Mr. Sholmes. Not alarming in the slightest. What I'm saying is you may die in the very near future. But don't worry. Have no fret, ma'am. I will be here. Vigilantly... Ooh, the bullet hole is starting to...
Oh, the raper, you mean? Yeah, because anyways, he's not found guilty in a trial he was working with, ends up dead anyway, that it?
That's the very point I was trying to make. As exemplified by the fate of Mr. McGilded, in fact. Ah, but of course, I pay no attention to such irrational drivel myself.
Well, it don't bother me.
Oh, really?
Of course not. The way I see it, the Reaper's a bit like I'm upstairs.
Him upstairs? You mean like God?
Yeah, I'm upstairs. He knows what, right? He knows what people are like on the inside. He won't have gotten the wrong end of the stick. There's some cubs that like that bog trotter, what are rotten to the core. At the end of the day, I'm upstairs, make sure that they can get what they deserve. Oh, him upstairs. Sorry, it's hard to tell. I gotta look out for the apostrophes to know whether it's a British idiom or an actual rhyme.
Right. I suppose that's one way of looking at it. Divine justice is one thing, though. The Reaper is taking matters into his own hands, claiming lives is another. Avarice. Are you kidding? Did you see my reaction to that game? I busted a metric shit ton of nut to that. It is looking awesome. Bloodborne 2 for Nintendo? Yes, please. Dinosaur transformation? Rocket jetpack little robot guy? I'm pre-ordering right now. No, I'm gonna wait a little bit to pre-order it, but definitely day one, 100%. Fucking, so... I was kind of hoping for a little more new content in Elden Ring. I know why they didn't do it, and they did put some new, but I've kind of been thinking about it. It's only like a new armor set, weapon and stuff, but I was hoping maybe like a Switch 2 unique boss that maybe makes use of some mechanic. I don't know. Maybe that's too Nintendo of me to ask. Or maybe like a set based off like a Zelda or something, like fucking like Skyrim did for Switch original. Divine justice is one thing, though. The Reaper's taking matters in his own hands and claiming lives as another.
Well, I ain't like McGildeds like the McGildeds of this world, so I ain't scared. I got principles, see?
A trait in you which is to be admired, Miss Lestrade.
Hey, just give it a rest, alright?
Well, as I was saying, congratulations are in order. The news of your acquittal was very welcome news to me indeed. Let me express my heartfelt congratulations, Gina.
Well, there you are, Hurley! How long have you been here? I've been looking all over for you.
Wouldn't be surprised if it's unveiled to be a timed exclusive for Switch. Yeah. I don't know, though. They have done proper exclusives in the past, so I have no idea. If it's timed, I'll probably end up double dipping, unfortunately. But, you know. Bloodborne. Demon Souls. It's been done before. Yeah, you're right. They did learn, but I guess we gotta wait for more info. Wait, when's the interview coming out? Isn't there, aren't they doing an interview for the game? Oh, I think it's tomorrow. I think it's the 4th, but it'll be the 5th for us, right?
Honestly, I went to the main entrance especially to meet you there.
Ah, Iris, my dear. I do apologize. But wait until I tell you what happened. This pair made utter fools of themselves.
What happened?
As you know, I have a penchant for disguise, out hiding this room dressed as a bailiff. But these dolts didn't notice any present at all. Pah, they had no idea. Can you imagine, Iris? Would you credit it?
I'm not sure, really.
I beg your pardon?
Sorry, Hurley, but you just don't have the weighty presence you seem to think you have. In fact, you really ought to be more careful about that. It's going to land you in some trouble one day.
Oh, I'll be careful. Ouch.
Yeah, I don't think imitating public officials is a good idea. You know, as funny as it is, and epic as it is, and very based, you know, there's some devious tricks you could pull with that.
Anyway, it's such a shame. I was hoping to throw you a party, Jenny. But you won't be able to come, will you? Don't look at me like I'm going nowhere for a while. You're the judge's passer. I got stuff to make amends for, apparently. All them offences. What was it again? Breaking and entering, taking the bog trotter's stuff, what was all in luck, blah blah blah.
Oh yeah, no, that new DK looking masterful. That was like my favorite direct ever made. I got a brand new FromSoft exclusive to Switch 2. Brand new 3D Donkey Kong that looks amazing. We got Mario Kart World looking fucking spectacular. Deltarune chapters 1 through 4 launch day. And Silksong confirmed to be this year as well. I was gonna throw up during the direct reaction because I was so excited. I was positively bouncing off the walls. I think you'll find that basically being a pickpocket is the main offense.
But Darwin ain't an offense, it's his job, ain't it?
I don't think so.
Still, it's got me thinking about all this. Maybe we should start looking for another line of work. I mean, you didn't start off as a lawyer, did you, Otto?
Well, no, but I was never a pickpocket.
Anyway, I reckon I could make a change. I'm gonna do something for all them lot like me from the slums. Something that makes a difference for all of them. That's a wonderful idea, Jenny. I'm sure you can do it. What is it? Nothing.
Miss Gina Lestrade? You're under arrest for murder of the bailiff. That just occurred right now. The prison carriage has arrived, ma'am. Come with me to the rear gate at once.
No! No, Gina, no! Oh, well, looks like I'm off then.
Goodbye, Gina. And good luck.
Otto.
Yeah? Yeah! What was that for?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to say. So...
Ah, indeed. Young love at work, eh? Perhaps the situation calls for a phrase hitherto missing from your vocabulary, Miss Lestrade. On occasions such as this, I would recommend a simple thank you.
Oh, yes! That's good advice, Jenny! Right, I see. Well,
Aww.
Thanks, Otto.
Aww.
Thank you for everything, what you've done. For believing in me.
Not at all. In fact, that should be my line. Thank you, Gina. Well, there she goes. Wonder if I'll ever see her again. Well, well! Quite the indomitable pick purse. The indomitable.
Oh, nearly forgot I bought a paper outside. It's a special edition, and there's trials all over the front page. Pickpockets, innocence proven. Isn't it wonderful?
Should have showed it to Gina, Iris. She would have been thrilled.
Oh no! How silly of me! Ah, but anyway, would you like the good news or the bad news?
This bad news? Oh, not again.
Well, what you say, Bruno? Early?
As usual, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first. Absolutely not! I have no intention of listening to anything but good news!
And there you have it. Yeah, people answer to that question says a lot about them, doesn't it?
Let's not go there.
Right then, maybe let's start with the good news this time. The rain has finally stopped. It was a record level rainfall, apparently.
Well, that is good news indeed. We can journey back in greater comfort. Alright then, what's the bad news?
A storm has left the seas very choppy. The channels in particular is awful, so sailing out of the Dover has been delayed by a day or more.
Wait, Dover?
That's right. If we head to the station immediately, we may still make it in time to see Susie off.
But, there won't be a train, surely. We couldn't be that lucky. Ah! Who do you think I am, Mr. Naruhodo? I have instant transmission. Don't you watch any anime anymore? For God's sake, it's your country's godsend. Now, hold on to me, lads. Mr. Sholmes, are you alright? Hold on! Naruhodo! Hold on!
Harley, don't strain yourself. You just got out of the hospital.
Wait, I can do it. Iris, don't stop me.
Mr. Sholmes? I rushed to Victoria Station earlier and made arrangements for a special express. If we hurry now, we shall be there in time for dinner. And I know a fine restaurant that serves the most delicious baked sole. I don't... The great detective does it again. Indeed he does! Away! We must away, Naruhodo. Before Susie's ship sets sails. I happen to be aware of a number of rail transport directors' foibles.
You what?
I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily laid on the locomotive. I'm going loco. The locomotive elementary. Just an idea, but it might be wise to stop manipulating people that way.
What are we waiting for then? To London, Victoria!
I can't keep that high pitch up for so long. Whoa! Whoa! Look at this background! Why haven't we had more of this? What the hell? This looks so good! God damn.
Well, that took somewhat longer than I had anticipated.
Susie Butt must be about to leave now.
Miss Usato, where are you? There she is, conveniently on the dock. Over there, look! Looks like she's reading something.
Hold it!
Wait, Miss Usato, wait! What are you doing? First, better get rid of evidence.
Mr. Naruhodo, what are you doing here?
We came as soon as we could after the trial, I mean. We heard that sailings were being delayed due to the bad weather, you see.
Oh, I see. Then tell me, how did Gina's trial go?
It went well. She was acquitted.
That's wonderful. Really wonderful news.
The book you were about to throw in the sea. It was your encyclopedia of British law, wasn't it?
Oh dear, I was hoping you hadn't seen that. I'm not worthy of practicing law in any way now. So, I was saying my final farewell.
You're saying goodbye to law? You? Susato-san? Would I be correct in assuming it's because of the peephole, Miss Susato?
I deliberately altered the scene of a crime, and I tried to hide the fact. What I did is utterly unforgivable. Oh, that reminds me. How did you even come to have this, Susie? On the evening of the incident, Mr. Sholmes had invited Gina to dinner, if you remember. Oh, yeah, we had a wonderful time. Well, Gina gave us a little introductory lesson, didn't she? To the art of pickpocketing, I mean? Oh, that was so much fun. I stole Runo's armband.
Yes, please don't do that again, Iris. That band's very important to me.
Well, if it's so important, you should pay more attention to it. You didn't notice for ages. On a whim, I thought it would be fun if I could take the cat flapper mat, so I put it up my sleeve. Really? And then I rather forgot about it until I found myself in Mr. Winterbank's shop later that night.
I see.
And then... Mr. Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes!
Leave me, Mr. Naruhodo.
Right. After Mr. Naruhodo had left the shop, I started to think. That door started to play on my mind.
The storeroom door, you mean?
Yeah. If Gina was anywhere in the shop, I realized it could only have been behind that door. And at that moment, the little device that I had up my sleeve sprang to mind. I was so worried about Gina, I simply had to know.
So you used the cat flapping mat to make the peephole in the door.
As captured in this photographic print of the shop. But one of Hurley's red-handed recorders.
Indeed. It was of the first importance, that point. Precisely when the peephole was made, that information would prove to be Mr. Naruhodo's greatest weapon. Though, naturally, without proof, it would have amounted to nothing.
But when I looked through the hole in the door, the sight that met my eyes made my blood run cold. Thoughts started to run through my mind. I remembered that trial 2 months earlier.
The trial of Magnus McGilded?
I thought about how he had manipulated the evidence and arranged false testimony to secure his freedom. It made the British justice system feel very dark and sinister to me. And then a terrible thought occurred to me. What if some wicked criminal was planning to do the same thing now? Because of the appearance of the crime scene, it looked exactly as though Gina had shot Mr. Winterbank. Even though I was sure she would never have done such a thing.
You were worried that the true culprit would try to frame her for the crime.
That's right. But then I realized it would be very difficult for anyone to give false testimony in this case.
What do you mean?
Well, the crime appeared to have happened behind the door of a locked room. For someone to claim falsely to have witnessed it, there would have been a way to see beyond the door.
Ah.
For which, a peephole would be the very thing.
Only the people I had made wasn't actually there until after the crime had been committed, of course. And the criminal would know that, so it wouldn't make any difference.
But the possibility of a rather ingenious trap was there, was it not?
A trap? Is that why she did it?
So, was that why you kept it a secret, Susie? You didn't mention that you made the people to anyone, not even the police. I know. I knew at the time that what I was doing was wrong. A criminal offense, even. That's why I decided to confide in Mr. Sholmes. Mr. Naruhodo was completely backed into a corner with no other possible means of escape. The truth about the peephole could save him. That was my plan.
She really does think of everything. But then, why didn't you just tell me everything before the trial began?
My dear fellow, you're not thinking straight. If she had done that, it would have rendered you complicit in the whole escapade.
Oh.
You could have been disbarred if you had been seen to have knowingly tampered with the crime scene. So Miss Susato decided to shoulder the burden of responsibility alone. For your sake, and Miss Lestrade's.
Miss Susato.
Truth is, when it happened, I did it because I'd lost a little of my faith in the law.
Oh.
I was worried that the right person wouldn't be convicted of the crime. But the moment I allowed myself to think that is the moment I lost my right to call myself a judicial assistant.
What you did isn't comparable to what he did. Graydon's the one who lied on the witness stand, using that people as a way to implicate Gina. And besides, if the people inconsistency hadn't existed, I'm not at all sure that she would have been acquitted in the end. Miss Susato, what you did saved Gina's life. Yeah, we would have pulled some bullshit out of our ass, I bet.
Well, with your kind words, Mr. Naruhodo, you've saved me too from my regrets.
Well, we must all be thankful that Miss Lestrade's freedom has been assured.
Yeah, exactly. Although some of the loose ends in that trial will come to play in my mind, I'm sure.
But the revelation that the music box disc contains secret messages, Mr. Naruhodo. What a triumph to work that out! I'm full of admiration.
Well, actually, that argument wasn't quite as compelling as I thought it was.
Oh, it wasn't?
There was a communications officer among the jury members, you see. A telegraph operator. And she said that the majority of the sounds on the disc were just meaningless tones.
As one would expect. After all, we're talking about secret government communications. No doubt they were written in cipher to avoid being readily understood, should they have been intercepted.
Oh, in cipher. I see. So then, we could never have hoped to understand the message anyway.
Nonsense, my dear fellow! It's quite a zero-pipe problem, I assure you. A Asogi. Uh-oh. Maybe you'd want to shut your ears, Mr. Naruhodo. What?
Oh, that can't be a real word, can it? How funny. Wait, Iris, what did you just say? Oh, I said asogi. Does that word mean something to you?
Mean something? Asogi, that was the name of my best friend!
What? But how'd you know that name, Iris? Oh, I wrote it down during the trial before, when the message was playing in the music box.
She transcribed it on the fly? Wow, she really is a genius.
I thought the message probably wouldn't be written out in plain Morse code, so I tried various ways to interpret it. But whatever I tried, the words just didn't seem to make any sense. That is, in English at least. Oh. It suddenly occurred to me, you see, there's more to one Morse code, not just the English variety. Various countries around the world have altered and added to Morse code to use it in their own languages.
I don't believe it. Are you saying...
That's right, I've only actually seen a chart of Japanese Morse code once before. But I think it's based on the Iroha pentagram, isn't it?
What you mean to say is that in Japanese Morse code, the message says asogi?
Yeah, I think so. Sorry, but I don't remember all of the Japanese Morse code. Iris, would you let me see that?
Mr. Sato, do you know it? Do you know Japanese Morse code?
Yeah, I spent some time studying it. Because I'm quite sure Morse code will become ever more important for international communications.
Now we just use a phone.
Then might I recommend, my dear madam, that you focus your efforts on the English version?
Be that as it may, Iris, show me the message, please. Of course. Of course. But what can this possibly mean?
Whatever's in that long sequence of supposedly meaningless dots and dashes. It's made the color drain from Susato-san's face.
There's no doubt that this message is written in Japanese Morse code.
So the British Empire's been using Japanese for its secret communications?
I don't understand the reason why, but the message appears to be a list of 4 people's names.
4 names?
The first is Kei Asogi.
Kazuma Asogi? Why was his name on the disc?
The second is A Shin.
Shin? Yeah, I don't recognize that name.
The third is T Giragusen.
Gregson?
It would seem Tobias Gregson is the man is the third man on the list.
What's his name doing in a secret government communication as well?
The last name is...
Me? What's the matter, Miss Susato?
It's just so strange, so unexpected. Oh, what is it, Susie? Don't keep us in suspense. The last name is J. Wilson.
Oh, right. Hey, it was to do with Jonathan Wilson.
Ah,
Wilson?
John H. Wilson, you mean Daddy? It says only J. Wilson, so I'm afraid I can't be sure.
Is this a list of assassination targets? Can somebody go check Gregson, maybe? Is Gregson living? Is he breathing? Because 2 of those people are dead. I don't know about Shin.
Then after the 4 names, it reads, if I translate from Japanese, that is all 4. And that's the end of the message. Or rather, the end of what you needed to note, what you noted down, Iris.
I just can't believe it. Who would have ever thought that those discs containing Japanese Morse code, not to mention a strange list of some disturbingly familiar names.
It would appear that this particular message is a communication of some kind between Great Britain and the Empire of Japan.
So Daddy could be in Japan then? Where's Susie and Rena from? Nah. It's not very likely, really, is it? I mean, there's thousands of people with the surname Wilson. There must be a lot of J's among them.
Professor John H. Wilson, visiting professor of medicine at Imperial Yume University. We can't tell Iris about that now. We can't. This is so strange. Somehow, in solving the case of Mr. Windibank's murder today, I feel like I've rolled back a boulder at the mouth of a very dark cave.
I do wonder if perhaps it's a dark cave that we shouldn't go wandering inside.
Honk! Giant goose appears.
Oh dear, the ship's about to set sail.
Yeah, it seems so.
I'll sail on that steamship first to the port of Dunkirk in France. Then I'll change onto a larger passenger vessel bound for Japan. You're really going in, Susie.
We wish you a safe passage, Miss Susato.
Thank you so much. I wish you all the very best.
Miss Susato! I'd hoped you would always stay at my side to guide and support me.
Mr. Norohodo!
Please, come back soon. As far as I'm concerned, you really are the very best judicial assistant in the world.
I'm quite sure I'll be back before you know it. Really, Susie? Now don't forget, Iris. I made you a promise I've yet to fulfill. A promise? About your manuscript. Oh.
Oh yeah, the Hound of the Baskervilles.
Well, I'll be waiting for you then, Susie. A promise is a promise. Definitely, Iris. Mr. Norohodo?
Yes?
You remember the first time we met?
Yeah, of course. On the SS Buria, when I was dragged out from that wardrobe, still half asleep. If I remember rightly, you threw me halfway across the cabin with a Susato takedown.
You know very well what I'm talking about after that. It's strange, but being thrown together as we were in that case, I somehow felt straight away that you were the perfect person to continue Kazuma-sama's great legacy.
Miss Susato.
my instincts were right. I really want to believe. No, I'm sure that I'll be back soon. Farewell until then.
Bye-bye. Don't get killed on the... Don't... Stay away from beds. And weird people who might push you into beds.
Somehow we seem to have come to the end of the adventures of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Or the first volume, at least.
Oh, kitty cat is there. Why is the cat there? What the fuck?
Looking back
The cat
now,
took the train with them?
it feels as though fate has led me on this journey.
I love him.
Fate led me to becoming a lawyer, to traveling halfway around
After
the
John
world,
was on that list,
meeting
our
a great
detective has been
detective.
eerily quiet.
I'm sure there'll be trials and tribulations ahead.
Hey!
Of course there will.
That's the name of a good game! Hey, these are
Whatever happens, I know I'll be able to turn my fortunes around.
Played a little song. Look at him go.
After all, I have the greatest friends in the world on my side.
Aw. I think Phoenix Wright would be saying the opposite. I love you all, but you're all horrible. Ah! Yes, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, Mr. Sholmes? I have some rather awkward news. The railway company has decided to sue over the special express train, apparently. Huh?
It caused such a commotion on the line. All the other trains had to wait at stations.
But really, we would never have made it to Dover in time otherwise. Anyway, I explained everything, and how it was all your fault. What? I love you, but you're all horrible. I believe a formal complaint should be delivered to your office tomorrow. But not to worry, my dear fellow. According to Miss Susato.
You love defending yourself in court. It's alright, I'm perfectly happy to testify. I really didn't look like the sort of man who'd do something so outrageous. See?
Mr. Sholmes? Yes? A word, if you don't mind? Why, certainly. Any word you like. Bellow it out, my dear fellow. Are you ready, boys? Are we gonna get the countdown?
Oh, yeah, I love Bruno's words. Oh, I know just the one he'll use here.
Then, I really must say... Objection! Come on, Renosuke. Bellow it out. You gotta yell it.
Objection! How dare you get me sued by the railway company? Objection!
His voice actor was doing really good in the cutscene. I was really enjoying his dialogue there. But his objection is one of the worst. In the following weeks, hundreds of music boxes arrived at Baker Street from all over Europe. Something was afoot. Though it transpired, I had ordered them all myself. So, I advertised them for sale, with used by Mr. Sholmes to solve an important case. And the money I've earned. Consulting detective work pays a pittance by comparison. Oh, he got his machine back, too.
Oh, I accept a wink. This manuscript is due tomorrow now. Oh, when I'm this busy, Early usually cooks me breakfast. Oh, cooks is an overstatement. For some dry toast and insipid coffee. Oh, do Miss Susie need a lovely Japanese breakfast? What I wouldn't do for a rice ball right about now. Or one of those jelly donuts she was always talking about.
Witness, your testimony is riddled with contradictions. Exactly. Really do rare common coins hide under rare stakes themselves?
Well, I don't know, sir. Knows his father is an innocent man. Or are you calling my son a liar? Witnesses, my courtroom is no place for your petty arguments.
Having delivered the Russian dancer to shore in Shanghai, I laid low on the steamship for a while. But last night I apprehended an extremely suspicious Japanese national on board.
I've done nothing wrong. All I do is give Wagga High's offspring refuge. A man brings some kittens on board and suddenly he's a hardened criminal. It's not fair.
Bum bum bum, bum bum bum, bum bum bum.
Scientific investigation will be the gold standard for policing in the new age. I dream of a world governed by the tenets of order and discipline. Like a great clock, in fact, whose hundreds of parts mesh together in perfect unison. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have but 2 minutes and 37 seconds until my next appointment.
They really knew they wanted to do 2 games here. Like, the entirety of the last case was basically setting up the next game. And its mysteries.
The latest Ram magazine's out. I'm in it again. Whenever I say that one line she wrote now, I'll get a standing ovation. Or hear it. Not bad, I suppose, for an amateur.
Surprise Stronger wasn't Mr. Evil. Hey, there's still another game, okay, mister? There's still another game. You aren't tricking me yet. I don't trust him fully. Okay? I think John Evil still has a chance to show his true colors. I'm still burnt from that one guy who burnt his hand.
Visiting the old call on a daily basis, of course. Junie, my old jailbird. Must say, battling with those balusters every day has done wonders for my Dickie Peg. Managing rather well with the housework, too. Got this maid business taped up, I'd say. Hope the gossiping neighbors don't realize the man of the house is his own maid.
Well, the thing is still drying. Has he been wearing that for cooking? Legend.
Oh, my Rolly's back on the beat again. Oh, thanks to the Reaper. There's nothing I enjoy more these days than hot out small change in the gutter. I'm a better Bobby now, looking out for Londoners. Drop a pennies and my lovely wife. Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly. Looks like I'm gonna be doing time for a bit now. Well, Iris comes every day for a natter, so it won't be too boring. He's always going on about all them cases what Sholmes is looking into. Criminal investigations are kind of interesting when you get into them.
Is she gonna become like an assistant to Mr. Sholmes? I'm all down. I want more of you. I love Gina so much. Bro's gotta come back. Yes, I renounced my upbringing and chose a life of sophisticated crime. But regrets, please.
Give over, bruv. That ain't the Ash we used to know.
We got time in here to plan comeback for Milverton and Skulkin's milk scandal.
The 3 Musker Watsits, milking the neighbors for all it's worth.
This past 6 months has been a time I shall remember forevermore. Painful goodbyes and wonderful encounters. I've come to realize that that's what life's all about. Naruhodo-san, I promise. Your assistant will return to you one day. For now, I leave you with many memories and a heartfelt wish. that life will treat you well.
Aww. I love that. Look at them. The gang. But what's Mr. Shom smonking on? What's he sucking on over there? What kind of vape flavor is he into? What the fuck is this? What is this? You based off an inspector? Oh, look at these credit sequence. What the hell? This is awesome.
Oh, God, not you two. Get out of my sight. I'm too busy gooning the Goonies.
We're gonna cross by every character? Because that doesn't really work, because he died before you got to meet any of them. There's a lot of mysteries. Again, she was not fully explained. They've really just set up for a lot of mysteries to be concluded in the next game. Mamma mia! Have you seen the Mario Kart World trailer? Very cool. Very cool. I can't even upload this VOD until I get that other one, you know, stitched up. Well, I can probably skip this part, right? There's nothing left. We got the final bits of character dialogue. Oh. He's been left behind. No! Yes. The Great Ace Attorney Adventures. Finn. Ah! That's their wedding photo, I think. They both wore black because they're gentlemen. Ah, look at that. Look at that. Very nice. Well, there you go. That was the Great Ace Attorney. As Big Boss has pointed out, we have a little bonus episode we can do on escapades. I don't know how long they are, but hopefully not too long, because I do want to hop right into Ace Attorney, Great Ace Attorney 2 when we can. Obviously, we got quite a bit happening. April is kind of a little... There's not going to be much this month, but May is going to be very busy. So I want to get the second game out of the way before May, because May we got a lot of games releasing. Elden Ring, Night Rain, Doom, The Dark Ages, a bunch of indie games that we want to play. So we got to get this, we got to get Ace Attorney tied up with a nice bow and have it sent off. But Great Ace Attorney Adventures, one of the best Ace Attorney games. Hands down, very good. Mysteries were very, very fun. I feel like I'm gonna be much more appreciative of it once I have the whole story, once we play through 2, because there was a lot of unanswered questions. But what was here was fantastic. I love the new formula, I guess. I love the jury system. That's such an interesting addition. They finally did it. I mean, they introduced the jury way back when in the first Apollo game, and then it was, you know, never made use of again. So I am 100% sure they're probably going to bring a jury back into Ace Attorney 7 after this little excursion. But that'll be all for today, everybody. I'm not sure if we're going to go live again because that took 6 hours. I genuinely thought it was going to be less than that, but I guess I should have learned my lesson after playing Ace Attorney for so long. You think it's going to be a 3-hour stream, and then it turns into 8. Very quickly, in fact. But there you go. I'm very glad we didn't get too stuck today, either. We pretty much had it just a straight shot, which is very nice. So, I will see you guys next week if we don't hop on today. But I think it's a bit late, Ryan, so we might have to delay Raft till next week, if that's okay. If that is all right with you, my lad. We can do it now, but that will leave very little time in the evening. So, there you go. Well, we beat Ace Attorney, so is that. Well, I'll stop yapping. Thank you everybody for tuning in. Big Boss, Laser, Avarice even, and everybody else who popped in today. It was a pretty quiet stream, actually. I think most people were busy. But that's alright. This will go up on YouTube anyway. I'll see y'all later. Bye-bye now.